us today is State Representative Danny Alvarez, State Representative Gonzalez Pittman, Hillsborough County Commissioner Gwen Myers, Hillsborough County Commissioner Pat Kemp, Hart Chief of Safety and Security Richard Campbell. After this briefing, we'll take any questions. We expect conditions to continue to deteriorate throughout this afternoon, and we'll see impacts well into sometime tomorrow morning. So you all should be somewhere safe by now. But if you're not, you need to get there now. I'll provide you a brief update on where we are with sheltering operations. We have close to 10,000 folks that have sought safety in our public shelters. Shields Middle School, Irwin Technical Center are full. Durant High School is nearing capacity. Shelters still are available. Opening at 10:30, we're going to open 3 additional shelters to provide more capacity. Collins Elementary, Mulrennan Middle, and Lockhart Elementary. We still have capacity currently at Steinbrenner High School, Pizzo Elementary, and Middleton High School. So we still have plenty of room, folks. We just opened an additional 3 shelters, and we still have capacity again at Steinbrenner High School, Pizzo Elementary, and Middleton High School. The state has extended their transportation operations, the FDM bus service at 800-729-3413. And you can catch a ride on those FDM.
Okay, you're just listening there to Hillsborough EOC, and the big takeaway there is that they are opening 3 additional shelters at 10:30 this morning. That will continue for you online right now at 10tampabay.com. But Governor DeSantis is getting to the podium now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a live listen into the governor from Tallahassee.
New major hurricane. The common virtue has been dedication. Dedication to the task at hand, dedication to responding to help our fellow Floridians in danger, and dedication to ensuring that Florida weathers this storm and emerges stronger on the other side. We are prepared and we will respond. I've spoken to the president. We remain in regular contact with FEMA, and we are marshaling all available resources to be able to prepare and respond to Hurricane Milton. I also want to thank the 20 other states who are assisting Florida ahead of the storm. This is just what we as Americans do. We've had opportunities to help other states in the past, including most recently in Western North Carolina, and I think it shows the spirit that these states are stepping up and providing really valued support. We still have a state of emergency for 51 Florida counties. Hurricane Milton is still a major, very strong hurricane. It's currently a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. That is just a whisker shy of a Category 5. And while there is the hope that it will weaken more before landfall, there is high confidence that this hurricane is going to pack a major, major punch and do an awful lot of damage. As you can see behind me, the Florida Division of Emergency Management is fully deployed, fully active. This has been a footing now for over 2 weeks, given both of these storms. The state is actively fulfilling over 1,500 missions. We've delivered massive amounts of supplies, meals, water bottles, sandbags, tarps, generators to be able to help our local communities respond to this storm. We've also deployed more than 11,000 feet of flood protection systems and erected them around critical infrastructure like hospitals, wastewater treatment facilities, and electric infrastructure. Generators have been deployed at shelters and to support sheltering operations. Starlink internet has been deployed across the entire state of Florida. We have surged an additional 600 ambulances, and they are currently in operation helping in the effort. The state of Florida has considerable fuel reserves ahead of Milton, and it's staged, and they will be utilized as needed following the storm. We've already dispatched a lot of fuel in the lead up to this, but we still have on hand 1.6 million gallons of diesel and 1.1 million gallons of gasoline. There is no, right now, fuel shortage. However, Demand has been extraordinarily high, and some gas stations have run out. To be able to help ameliorate that, the Florida Highway Patrol has facilitated 106 long-distance fuel tanker escorts with sirens getting through traffic, totaling almost 1 million gallons of gasoline from ports in Tampa, Jacksonville, Everglades, and Manatee, and they are continuing with the fuel escorts as we speak. I'm in contact with the ports on the west coast of Florida. We'll see how this storm impacts those. Clearly, there's a chance that you could have a major impact on Port Manatee as well as on Port Tampa Bay. That could interrupt their ability to receive fuel shipments, and so we're working on contingencies to be able to keep fuel flowing throughout the state of Florida. As we saw this new storm develop, it was clear that a lot of the hardest hit areas on the west coast of Florida from Hurricane Helene had not had major, robust debris removal contracts in place or operations in place. Some of these contractors were good. Some of them were not getting the job done. So you had a major hazard on barrier islands in Pinellas, Manatee, and Sarasota County. So this weekend, I authorized mandated 24/7 debris removal. We took all the Florida Department of Transportation and other agency vehicles, brought them from all across the state, and they are engaged in other missions as their normal course of business, and dedicated it to debris removal. So in a little over 48 hours, and they were working all through the night. In the wee hours of the morning in places like Manatee, Sarasota, and Pinellas, they were able to remove 55,000 cubic yards of debris. So that's over 3,000 truckloads of debris. And it's our estimation that on those barrier islands, they were able to make a dent in the debris and reduce it by about 50% just from what Jared Perdue and the other agencies were able to get done. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in that. It did not stop since this weekend. We're now in a position where it's likely the conditions are going to deteriorate, and so we're going to have to wind that down. But they did make a difference, and there will be less damage from this storm as a result of getting that debris out than there otherwise would have been. The Florida Department of Transportation is staging the following assets ahead of the storm: 156 bridge inspectors, 328 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,500 pieces of heavy equipment. Florida National Guard, Florida State Guard, Florida Fish and Wildlife, and the Florida Highway Patrol have activated additional personnel in advance of this storm. We have hundreds of state search and rescue personnel on hand, 26 total teams. They are currently embedded in the potential impact sites along the West Coast to begin immediate rescue operations as soon as the storm passes. The National Guard is deploying 6,000 Florida National Guardsmen, as well as 3,000 National Guardsmen from other states, and so we thank for the support on that. We have 34 search and rescue aircraft, and that includes some of the aircraft that have been brought in from other states. We have 500 tactical vehicles, including 180 high water vehicles, aerial, water, and ground National Guard search and rescue teams. This is the largest Florida National Guard search and rescue mobilization in the entire history of the state of Florida. Our Florida State Guard is also deploying almost 200 soldiers, 10 maritime crews, 3 high water UTVs, 2 UH-60 Blackhawk helicopters, 4 drone teams, 15 cut and toss crews, 2 amphibious rescue crews. We want to thank them. I mean, this was just a dream a couple years ago that they would be involved, and there was a lot of unfair criticism when we stood it up, but they have made a huge difference in this hurricane season. They're going to continue to do it here. We have also worked with the utilities to have the largest staging of utility workers and linemen in advance of the storm any time in American history. We will have in Florida, by the time the storm arises, over 50,000 linemen. And those linemen are being brought in from places as far away as California. So as soon as that storm passes, you're going to see the assessments and the power restoration efforts commence immediately. Additionally, the state of Florida has assisted with the evacuation of 352 healthcare facilities in the potential path of the storm. 16 hospitals have been evacuated. The state veteran nursing homes are currently located that are in the cone are all accepting families of their residents to shelter with them. All of those are hurricane proof. All of them are outside of flood zones, so if you do have a family member that's in one of our state nursing homes, you can go and you can shelter with them. That's a safe option, and I know the veterans would appreciate it. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is directing deployment of additional 500 out-of-state law enforcement officers. These officers will help respond after the storm to maintain law and order. And there is going to be a lot of damage from this storm. There's going to be opportunities for people to try to take advantage of that. My message to you is don't even think about it. We are going to come down hard on you. You are not going to be, you're going to regret that you tried to do that. So I appreciate all the other folks from out of state who are coming in to supplement this effort. We need to maintain law and order. FDLE's mutual aid team is managing more than 70 active law enforcement missions, including identifying post-storm response squads, and these are really important missions, and we're happy for that. So we're preparing for Milton, but we're also still recovering from Hurricane Helene. When Hurricane Helene hit, we reactivated the Florida Disaster Fund. We are now accepting donations into the Florida Disaster Fund for both storms, both Helene and for Milton. This is a private fund. It's affiliated with the state in terms of disaster, but it's tax deductible donations. We distributed $63 million after Hurricane Ian to help people largely in Southwest Florida. This is something that is really, really important. So I've directed Volunteer Florida to keep the fund activated for Hurricane Milton. I want to thank, there's already been millions raised for Helene. I want to thank Lennar, Wells Fargo, Walmart, and Publix for making really significant donations. And I know there's going to be a lot more that are going to want to do it. To contribute to the Florida Disaster Fund, you can text disaster to 20222. Disaster to 20222, or you can visit floridadisasterfund.org. So now we're bearing down to where the storm is going to arrive within the next 24 hours. You still have time to evacuate if you are in an evacuation zone, particularly if you're in Manatee, Sarasota, Charlotte, those areas. I mean, this track can bounce around. It's not guaranteed it's going to hit there. A lot of the solutions have it going there. You have time to do that. Now, conditions aren't going to be great today. I would say that the roads and the interstates, they are flowing. We've waived tolls. We've done all that so people can do. But the best option would probably be just to evacuate within your own county to one of the shelters. All those counties have multiple shelters that are open. There's a lot of space in those shelters right now, and certainly it would be safe to do a very short evacuation, tens of miles, rather than get on the interstate and go. The roads are still open. People can do that, but I just want to warn people that the conditions are likely going to continue to deteriorate throughout the course of the day. We had, of course, on Monday, when the initial evacuations were coming down, particularly in the Tampa Bay area, had a lot of traffic on I-4 and on I-75. FDOT did the emergency shoulder plan. That helped, but it was slow, and those roads can be very slow anyways. By the time we got to the end of the night, through the wee hours of the morning, it was going pretty quickly. Yesterday was not as bad on those roads as it was on Monday, but what we did see is Alligator Alley down in southern Florida was about 150% of its normal capacity, and I think that's because as people saw the storm potentially bending a little further south, I think a lot of people in Southwest Florida decided to evacuate across the state, and so that's that. The roads now are good, but I would just caution the conditions are not great now, and they're likely going to get worse as the day goes on. Of course, we do have a lot of mandatory evacuations in place. If you want to get a hotel, you can go to visitflorida.com/Priceline, Expedia.com/Florida. That is the emergency accommodation module that is there. I'm not sure what availability there's going to be in a lot of these places at this point, but if that's something that you're interested in, you can try that. Of course, we've worked with the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association for distress rates for hotels, as well as waiving pet fees, and I know a lot of the hotels in the state of Florida have responded very positively for that, so I just want to thank them for doing that. We've also partnered with Uber for Hurricane Milton to provide free rides to and from shelters and counties with active evacuation orders. So if you want to utilize that, you go to when you do the ride, you do the promo code Milton Relief, just one word, Milton Relief. OnStar has activated crisis mode, which provides free crisis assistance services and in-vehicle data for Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Cadillac owners. Schools, most of the school districts in the state are closed today. Obviously, if you get out of the path in like the Panhandle, not as much, but in that Florida Peninsula, virtually all school districts are closed. All Florida counties and Miccosukee and Seminole tribes are assisting the state with storm response, and I want to thank all those for their great work. We have 149 general population shelters that are open throughout the state. The current total shelter population is just 31,000 individuals. We have room in those shelters for a total population of almost 200,000 individuals. So there is space available in these shelters. I know a lot of people would rather stay in a hotel, stay with friends, and that's fine. But especially now as the storm's getting closer, you may be able to get in your car and drive 10 miles, get to a shelter, ride the storm out, and then be able to go as you see fit, and hopefully you'll be able to get back to your place very quickly. But space is available. So there are 36 county-owned special needs shelters that are open and operating in counties that are in the path of the storm. Schools and other facilities are now also being used as supplementary state-supported shelters across the state. The state of Florida has now opened 6 state-operated supplemental shelters. These may not ultimately be needed, but you have a lot of people in the evacuation zones. I think most people decided to just leave and find something on their own. We still have a lot of room in the traditional shelters, but out of an abundance of caution, we wanted to open additional options. So the 6 state-operated supplemental shelters currently are Hard Rock Event Center, 5223 Orient Road in Tampa, City Furniture, 3205 South Frontage Road in Plant City, Baycare, 1802 North Del Mabry Highway in Tampa, Life Science Logistics, 310 North Galloway Road, Lakeland, Babcock Ranch, 43281 Cypress Parkway and Punta Gorda, the Wiregrass Ranch Sports Camp, 3021 Sports Coast Way in Wesley Chapel, Florida. That site also has capabilities to service special needs individuals. And Kevin is also working on setting up a 7th site. Now, those state-supported shelters, they do have generators, so you will have access to power. I think you have Starlink at those. They've got Starlink internet. So, look, it's not the 4 seasons, but there are some things there that will make it tolerable to be able to get through the next 24 to 36 hours. You can find the shelter options at floridadisaster.org/shelters. You can also find your county's EM page at floridadisaster.org/counties, floridadisaster.org/counties. So people have time now to evacuate if they are in the area of an evacuation zone. We see the storm is a very strong Category 4. I've said from the beginning, the prognostications are it's likely going to weaken before it gets, but it may not. And even if it does weaken, it's still going to be a major, major impact. So you still have time now to make decisions to protect yourself and your family. Massive amounts of space at these shelters. The roads are flowing. Conditions are going to get bad, so you just got to be very careful with that. But certainly these shelters are a very live option. I want to just finally thank everybody. When you have these emergencies with a major hurricane, it's a huge deal. We spin up all state agencies, everyone here at the EOC, working basically round the clock. You have all the counties and cities that were in the path of Hurricane Helene, and it wasn't just the Big Bend where you took the blow. It was massive surge up and down the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. A lot of damage was done. There were thousands of rescue missions that were effectuated immediately after the storm. Huge things done, like fixing the road and SR 786, helping with the bridges. There was so much that was done in the immediate aftermath and is still being done in that. Then you have another storm that developed, and immediately you're back on that posture, round the clock, no time to rest, no time to sleep for a lot of these folks, and it's not easy. And so I just want to say on behalf of the state of Florida, thank you for discharging your duties. Thank you for accepting this mission. It's not going to be easy, but there's no better group of people that I would want responding to this than the folks that we have doing it throughout this state. Whether you're talking about the counties down on the Gulf Coast of Florida, whether you're talking about the people that we have here assembled in Tallahassee, these folks have proven themselves. They're working hard, and we will get the job done. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. I want to reiterate that we will get the job done. Absolutely. The men and women behind me are the best in the country, and they lead the industry in what it is that we do. The men that are standing behind me and the men and women.
All right, we were listening live there to Governor Ron DeSantis since the top of the hour. A lot to go over there in the 22 minutes that he was at the podium there. But if we distill some of this down, I think, Caitlin, one of the things, the biggest thing that stood out to me is he said this is going to be the largest mobilization of search and rescue teams in Florida history. When you hear that, you certainly now really understand what they're expecting from Hurricane Milton.
Right, and the widespread impacts of this, too. When you say that, he also said, too, the largest utility response station ahead of this storm in American history as well. So that just gives you some perspective of the devastation that's expected with this storm. I'm sure you've heard from loved ones at home, talking with them. So many people have reached out. This is grasping, the world's attention right now, this storm, and we are following it every step of the way. The governor there saying 51 Florida counties are under a state of emergency right now. The biggest thing from every single official, especially the governor right there, is to get to a safe place to evacuate if you can right now. Now is the time to do it ahead of this storm. I know we sound like a broken record, but it's so important. We watched the devastation live on air with Helene, and we do not want to see it again when this storm makes landfall later on tonight.
Absolutely, we do not. And one of the things we were talking about earlier is Hillsborough County being in a tornado watch until 9 p.m. tonight. We already know over on the east coast of Florida, they are already seeing tornadoes from this.
Yeah,
right
watch
here.
This.
Unbelievable. This is a picture of a tornado down in South Florida. This coming from the National Weather Service that just crossed I-75 down there. And this is what we're going to see from the effects of this. We normally do not see tornadoes of this size in Florida. So that was tweeted from the National Weather Service there just minutes ago.
Yeah, we have this tornado watch in effect, which is what we anticipated with this storm until 9 o'clock from Tampa and below, the southern portion of Tampa Bay. So we're closely monitoring that, and we will continue to do that today. Miranda Parnell is live for you now. She is in the Pinellas County area right now in Gulfport. And Miranda, you heard the governor just say there, debris has been, the pickup of debris has been a #1 priority ahead of this storm. As the roads deteriorate, as the area deteriorates later today, we just can't get to all of it. You see so much is still left behind you, even with the massive amount of work that's been done in the last 48 hours.
That's right. Even though that was such a top priority, look how much debris is still left behind from Helene. And I'm telling you, we're about to get out of here soon, because as these wind gusts have picked up out here, we've already started to see some of this blown down. You already have a sign over here blown down. And my photographer, Jackson, he was over there by the stop sign, and we could already hear that rattling around, and a screw is already missing. So we will not ourselves be out here much longer, because it's not going to be safe. We've already seen residents here getting the few last-minute touches on their homes, trying to make sure those are protected. They're ready to evacuate. Again, some people are trying to stay. I'm asking you, please do not. We talked to a gentleman earlier who wants to stay on his boat. Sir, I'm begging you, please leave. I know you guys are tired of hearing it. I promise you, we are more tired of saying it, but we don't want this to be you. We don't want you to be caught in rising floodwaters. That's why we are begging you. That's why our officials are begging you to please leave. You don't have to go far. You just need to get inland. You need to get to one of the shelters. You need to stay safe. But again, if you have to make those last-minute preparations, do so and get out. We're going to take another look in Gulfport away from all this, but we'll be back in a little bit after we get to a safer spot, guys.
Yeah, and hey, Miranda, you're there in Gulfport. You're seeing all that destruction. You've been with us here since 4 o'clock this morning. You were over in Shore Acres earlier this morning. It looked a lot like that. Did you notice any folks who had stuck around at all there, or does it seem as though everybody is just gone at this point?
In Shore Acres, we didn't really see many cars in yards. Here in Gulfport driving around, a lot of people, you can tell, have evacuated. I'm in some of the Gulfport neighborhood chats on Facebook. I want to say I'm proud of you guys. A lot of you left. A lot of you said that you had never evacuated before, but you realized that this was hazardous and you needed to get out. I applaud you for that. I applaud the people who are trying to convince their neighbors to leave. You're doing the right thing. You're being a good neighbor. To the folks staying, I need you to be a good neighbor, and I need you to leave. I need you to get to safety. We don't want you to get caught up in this flood water. And so we have seen some cars that, I checked it, they're in the evacuation zone. They're in the mandatory evacuation zone. They do still have some cars out here throughout this neighborhood. And I think some people are just putting those last minute touches on things, but they are trying to make their way out. We just ask that you do so, and you do so quickly.
All right, stay safe out there. Thank you so much, Miranda. I know that is a scary scene, and it is much of our area, thanks to Helene. The devastation that was left there, it's just not enough time. We've not seen storms like this back to back hit the Tampa Bay area, and we are bracing for it right now and keeping you informed every step of the way here. We want to keep you informed right now as we come up to 10:30, almost, just about 2 minutes out this morning. I'm Caitlin Lockerbie with Jamison Euler. We have been with you here all morning long. We're going to stay with you throughout the early afternoon hours here, and these are 3 things that you want to know right now. Additional shelters are opening in Hillsborough and Manatee. You continue to hear those warnings. You've got to get to a safe place before this storm arrives. Landfall is anticipated between 11 p.m. and Thursday morning, 2 a.m. So this is going to be the overnight hours, and that's what we saw with Helene as well, which is just adding to the devastation. It's happening in the dark. You don't want to be alone. You don't want that storm surge in a place that you are trying to hunker down. So get to a safe place out of a flood zone.
I mean, you got to download that free 10 Tampa Bay app. Even if you lose power, you can still watch us on your phone for all of the key weather information minute by minute. We told you we are going to be here with you for this entire storm. And if you lose power, you can still watch us on your phone, and you're going to want those alerts to know exactly where the eye of the hurricane is and at what given time. We're going to talk to you, and we're going to talk you through it. So let's send it over to meteorologist Mike Prangley now, as we'll have the latest on Hurricane Milton. And Mike, a lot of folks now know we're about 12 hours away from landfall. We're going to start getting those tropical storm gusts, and the anxiety is really going to start to set in here for everybody.
Right. Well, the key is this. I know a lot of people have evacuated. That's what you do. You want to prepare for these things. And I know we haven't seen anything like this, really. And it's a once-in-a-lifetime event for us in Tampa. We haven't seen weather like this, and especially in some areas when we're evacuating from A, B, and C with significant flooding. That is a big deal. And we're talking about inland flooding all the way to Polk County, all the way to the east coast of Florida, and all the way up into northeast Florida. So a lot of folks have evacuated from Venice, Northport. We're watching very carefully as well. Okay. And then they've moved up to Wesley Chapel, Gainesville, and Jacksonville, Florida. So the big thing is all of us will see impacts, but the biggest impact, right, with these systems is that storm surge. We want to get away from the water. And of course, we've been talking about those tornado warnings in southern Florida this morning. They'll slowly move to the north, and we'll watch that increasing tornado threat for us as we head into especially this afternoon. But notice the banding here on the very latest radar. We're watching this 1, 2, 3 setting up, and this right here is the eye wall that's going to be making a move closer to home. Right now, still about 200 miles to the southwest of Tampa at this point. So as we look at the overall picture, tornado warning's not in our viewing area yet, but we do have a tornado watch in effect through 9 o'clock tonight, and that would be mainly from northern Pinellas and Hillsborough County, Polk County near Lakeland, yes, including Lakeland, just south of the I-4 corridor down to Avon Park, Lake Placid, Highlands County, and back into Manatee and Sarasota County. So we'll continue to watch those bands of rain as they pivot across the area to the northwest. Outside right now, there's been some change. So we've been checking on Lakewood Ranch since first thing this morning, reminding folks in Manatee County, yes, you still have time to evacuate, but that window was quickly closing. And you can see, yes, it's getting a little rougher out there. So again, if you have any questions, there's no question you should get out. We've got, 10:30, but by the time we get toward lunchtime, noon hour, to 2 o'clock, it's going to be going downhill very quickly. And we're already starting to see the wind pick up east-northeast at 15, gusting to 25 miles per hour. And we watch this big ball of fire, unfortunately, on our satellite picture, continue to wind up and spin up here as it moves off to the northeast at 16. Winds right now at 155 miles per hour. We take a look at what's going on with the very latest track. We will get the latest from the Hurricane Center here in the next 20 minutes or so. So we will have an update on the track. Notice still it's been holding very steady here this morning of that track staying just south of the mouth of Tampa Bay toward Bradenton and Sarasota. This could still shift a lot. And sometimes we see that with these major hurricanes. They become like freight trains, and they sometimes turn a little bit more to the right. So just keep that in mind. If you're a little south of Tampa, you're definitely not out of the woods, even if your friends in Fort Myers. So we're all in this together. From Fort Myers up into Pinellas County, we're watching to see if that will take a turn, because most of the models are indicating Milton, as it moves off to the east-northeast, will take that turn. Takes that turn a little earlier, that would change things dramatically. It only takes a 20 to 30 mile wobble like we saw yesterday afternoon. So we could see yet another wobble as we head into later today. And we could have one as early as this afternoon, early afternoon, or as we go in toward a late afternoon. So we'll be watching that. And notice the landfall still at 2 a.m. With those 130 mile per hour winds. So that's a major category 4 hurricane, and that's why all of us are watching this across the state of Florida, even loved ones that we've sent away to Jacksonville to make sure they are safe and sound. Jacksonville, unfortunately, will have some hurricane force gusts. So I've been telling my wife, my daughters, yeah, so you're not driving around even though you're 200 miles from Tampa. You need to stay put where you're at, really wherever you are in Florida right now. We take a look at that storm surge. The one thing to get across, there was a little confusion for folks in Pinellas County, the Old Bay area. They were thinking, yes, so the latest track would have the eye going to the south of them, right, toward Bradenton, Sarasota, so you'd get most of the water piling up to the south of the eye. That's true. That'll be our highest storm surge totals of 10 to 15 feet. But keep in mind that deadly storm surge does include, unfortunately, Tampa Bay and the Inland Bay area and the coastal areas of Pinellas County, where I'm still expecting that surge to be even higher than we saw with Helene. So again, we'll continue to watch those numbers. Right now, the surge anywhere from about 8 to 12 feet. Helene was 7 to 8 feet. So just keep that in mind. Local impacts county by county. I know you want to see your city here. So the best we can do, this is on average, these numbers here. So Crystal River to Spring Hill, we're thinking of you there. Hernando County, we've had some questions. Is it going to be bad? Well, unfortunately it is. This is going to be a big one for all of us. Pasco County, we're watching you. I know you're so boy, just trying to recover from Helene. So we're just going to stay put here and stay together through this. So it's together. That's how we get through this here. So when will the worst be? It would be from 8 p.m. tonight through tomorrow morning to 8 a.m. So we're going to start to see some increasing power outages. What I've been doing, and Jameson, I see Caitlin, we're actually powering up all of our stuff here. So I got my phone, watches ready to go. So do things like that, okay? Check on the water. Maybe fill the little baggies full of water. You can put some ice in there and they'll eventually melt, and that'll give you some extra water, because as we look at this, we could have some power outages for quite some time if these winds come true. 70 to 90, 80 to 110 mile per hour winds for Pinellas and Hillsborough. Of course, watching the surge. And one thing this will have is all of the intense hurricane impacts, and that does include flash flooding from fresh water. Look at that rainfall, 10 to 16 inches, and that does include areas along the I-4 corridor. We're watching you, Brandon, very carefully here as well. And then you take a look to the South Manatee and Sarasota County. Yes, from Venice to the north, for all the folks that are wondering if they, yes, are in the thick of this. Yep, certainly are. In fact, with the latest track, you could have the most intense impacts, 90 to 120 mile per hour winds, maybe a little less rain because you'd be a little farther south, but that surge unsurvivable if you don't evacuate. So yes, we have a very short window to get out. I would get out immediately. Okay, we take a look if you're in that evacuation zone. We take a look at inland areas, Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands. We're going to be watching, I think, the bigger risk from isolated tornadoes this afternoon, and then that flash flooding will really kick in tonight along with those power outages and 70 to 90 mile per hour winds. So this is the latest, but we are going to get our updated information from the National Hurricane Center here in the next 15 minutes or so. So we'll continue to update all of your county by county and all the cities where you live to keep you and your family safe.
All right, thank you so much, Mike. And we've been talking about how this weather is deteriorating quickly, but you still have a little time to get to a safe space. Just want to point out, we just got this information. 3 additional shelters have opened now for folks in Hillsborough County: Collins Pre-K through 8th School, Mulrennan Middle School, and Lockhart Elementary Magnet School. As you heard from Governor Ron DeSantis, so far 31,000 people are taking advantage of shelters all around the state right now. You could be one of them if you need to, because they're opening additional ones.
Yeah, it's not too late to do it, but you got to do it now and act fast. We are awaiting an update from Hernando County at 11 o'clock this morning. And let's go now to Angelicia Bruton. She's in Hernando County for us with an update.
Here in Hernando Beach, this is not the site you expect to see before a storm hits. All of this debris is from Hurricane Helene just about 2 weeks ago. You can see the Gulf straight through this home. The water got so high that it just pushed everything out into the driveway. You can see pots, you can see a microwave, you can even see a bike. And as the water starts to rise even more, as Milton gets closer to Hernando, all of this is just going to end up in the streets and into other people's yards, and eventually it's going to become even more hazardous as the wind picks up, probably breaking out windows and things like that. The county says that they've collected 30,000 cubic yards of debris so far. They said that they'd be out here today still working as the weather permits. I have not seen them out so far, but just keep an eye out for county crews and try to keep the roads as clear as possible because they still will be trying to pick up this debris. Live in Hernando Beach, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Angelicia, thank you so much. If we go a little further south in Sarasota, one other thing we do want to point out, Taylor Ranch Elementary School for shelters. That is no longer an option. The next closest evacuation center would be Heron Creek Middle School. That's on West Price Boulevard there in Northport.
Yeah, and we saw already a large amount of rain in the Sarasota area, over an inch earlier this morning there. Of course, much more anticipated as the day unfolds. Some tips that we've been getting from officials throughout the day as widespread power outages are expected. You heard Mike Prangley just say during his weather update there that you should be charging your phones, all your devices. Do it now while you have power. Power outage tips here include disconnecting computers, TVs, stereos, your microwaves too. If you lose power, you want to turn off and disconnect electronics to prevent any further damage, especially as there's widespread outages when they go to work to fix them. You don't want that surge of power on if you leave multiple things on at your house. Leave one light or radio on to alert you when your power is restored. Never stand in water while operating switches or plugs. Of course, that would be associated with flooding, and we hope that you're not in a flood zone as is at this point, because that is the most important message at this hour. Coming up on 10:40 this morning, you still have some time to get to a safe place today before weather really deteriorates. We already have a travel advisory in place for the Sunshine Skyway Bridge with winds picking up there. It is not closed yet. Our major bridges are still open, but they are expected to close later on today.
And just a short time ago, the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Center, those folks held a press conference, and we were able to listen in. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what they had to say down there.
Don't put your life in danger, and don't put the lives of your families that live with you, or friends or neighbors. Please make sure you're checking on each other. If you know somebody that's going to plan on staying, this is the time to call them and tell them to get out.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? We saw earlier, Rob Hackford was reporting for us down in Venice, and we saw that shelter down there at one of the elementary schools had 780 people in there. It was a pet-friendly location. You know, Governor Ron DeSantis, he said these aren't the most, easy.
They call it a lifeboat, not a cruise.
Lifeboat, yeah, not a cruise. And really, but at the same time, it can save your life, and it is a sturdy structure all at the same time as well.
Yeah, you want to bring with you any medications that you may need, some bedding as well. You're not hoping to stay long, but just to get you through the night. Any important documents you want to take with you as well, but it is important to get to them. Let's take you out live outside right now. This is at Curlew Road. A view for you as we are seeing in some areas those wind gusts pick up. Not too bad in that area just yet, but we've got some wet roadways. That rain has continued, at least light rain, throughout the morning hours. I certainly experienced it overnight on the drive in to the Tampa Bay area. So not too bad. The conditions right now for you to get to a safe place, but it's time to do that right now. I know, Jamison, you said as you were driving in, you did see gas was at some stations. I know yesterday
Correct.
That was a big issue for people.
Yes, it was.
We heard from the governor, too, that they really are anticipating that after the storm as well, to make sure that people can get back home with so many people obviously evacuated.
Absolutely, and one of the things that the governor mentioned there is that, a lot of folks left town, and they're, whether you went to Orlando or you went to Atlanta, wherever you may have gone, but you went to Miami, a lot of folks wondering, are they going to have enough gas to get back to Tampa? He was talking about 1.6 million gallons of diesel fuel are on standby, 1.1 million gallons of gasoline. He did mention, though, Port Manatee and Port Tampa Bay could sustain some damage, and that could interrupt a little bit of the fuel supply, but he said we're going to get it to you as quickly as we can. All
right, we have team coverage continuing right now on this hurricane, which is still more than 200 miles southwest of the Tampa Bay area. Right now, Jen Titus is live for us. She's in Bradenton, and wow, you can really see the winds are picking up there. Jen, when you see, we just showed you Curlew Road a little closer to us, and it looks very gusty near you.
Yeah, it just started coming down pretty hard here in the past couple of minutes. You can see that's why they're asking people, if you are going to evacuate, evacuate now, guys. Here in Manatee County, zones A, B, and C all under mandatory evacuations. Right here is a zone B, so everybody should be gone, but we are seeing lots of traffic that you wouldn't expect to see out here out on the roads. It was kind of great to see a few minutes ago. We saw the National Guard caravan go down, so you know that they are getting in position and ready to help out wherever need be. For anybody that is out on the roads, they're going to come and see this at most of the stations around town. Gas is hard to come by, especially here in Bradenton. So if you need to evacuate, you don't have much gas, there are 10 shelters opened here. They have room for you. They just opened an additional one. There is plenty of space for you if you need to get to a safe location, and you don't have to drive miles and hours, just a few miles, and you can get yourself to a shelter. Earlier at our hotel, I heard the lady pick up the phone and I heard her say to someone, I don't know of an open a hotel room for 100+ miles. People are heeding these warnings and they are evacuating. And I think it's because we saw the damage from Helene. Bradenton Beach, Anna Maria Island is just about a mile down the road. That entire area got destroyed from the storm surge from Helene. And now we are looking at much higher storm surge levels from Milton. So people are thankfully heeding those warnings and they are evacuating. And you can see, guys, like we mentioned, there are still a few cars out on the road, but they are heading away from the beach, thankfully, away from Cortez, heading down to hopefully a safer place, because the time is running out, because you are seeing those winds pick up out here, the rain starting to pick up out here. And if you want to look at how businesses are trying to keep themselves safe, and most of the houses, they are boarded up. They are doing what they can to protect their buildings, their lives, their houses. We've seen a lot of boards, we've seen a lot of sandbags, but we've seen very little cars parked. Like I said, we are seeing some traffic, but hopefully those are people that did their last minute preps and they are now evacuating. So guys, that's the good news here in Manatee County, that for the most part, sheriff's deputies, we spoke to them, they believe people are heeding those warnings. And I do want to point out that a reason why there is so much evacuations going on here in Manatee County is because there is still so much debris lined up from the islands to Cortez to the low-lying areas in Zone A that were hit so hard from Helene. Think about that. The wind picks up, that debris flies around, and then you're going to be in a dangerous situation. So for the most part, people are getting out, not much time left. So if you need to evacuate, those shelters are open, guys.
Yeah, and that was the big message as well, Jen, from the governor just moments ago this morning, saying you don't have to go hundreds of miles away. You can go tens of miles to a safe evacuation in your own county. One of those shelters that are open, floridadisaster.org/shelters, a great resource right now too. Are you seeing on the roadways, is public transportation still an option? I know Uber has been out. There's a promo code, Milton Relief, to get people, but there's that last minute desperation. So what's the best way if people are looking for a ride right now?
I haven't seen too much public transportation. I haven't seen much. It's just really, we'll see these little spurts of a lot of people hit the roads, but thankfully we are seeing them head out of the evacuation zones and heading more inland. We did see the National Guard out here. We have seen sheriff's deputies drive up and down the road. So if I know Uber is offering free rides, not sure how much longer that is going to happen, guys, because we are seeing those winds pick up. We are seeing, bridges getting ready to close. So if you are going to evacuate, you got to evacuate now, because like you see, time is running out as the rain just continues to come down here and that wind really starts to pick up.
All right, Jen Titus reporting live for us in Bradenton right now. Jen, thank you so much. And Jen mentioned the bridges there. If we take a live look at the Sunshine Skyway Bridge right now, we're not going to see a lot of cars on there, but we can tell you that we did get a high wind advisory from FHP not too long ago, and our meteorologist Mike Prangley just telling us just a bit ago, 40-mile-an-hour winds are already being clocked there in St. Petersburg. So don't be surprised if the Sunshine Skyway Bridge closes relatively soon.
Yeah, it is usually the first one to close when it comes to this inclement weather here, but we do anticipate that our major bridges will close in the area as the day unfolds. So now, again, take advantage of the time that you have. It is a precious time to use to get to a safe place. Our Nick Valturo is live for us this morning as well. Nick, you've been monitoring the Sarasota, Bradenton area as well. You've already seen a lot of rain move through the area and some flooding along with all of that debris. And now tell us where you are and what you're seeing there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you made a great point. We're really in that stretch right now where that clock is ticking to get out if you have it. And we're at the Bradenton EOC. I'm here with Mayor Gene Brown. And we're just talking a little bit before, but the amount of people that have evacuated, the amount of places that are boarded up, it's got to give you a sigh of relief knowing what we saw during Helene.
Right, and I think that's what's important is you look at how people are reacting to this storm. It's really taking it serious, and that's why, you know, we're not happy, but we're happy that more people are in the shelters. Thousands of people are in the shelters when normally we have a couple hundred, and they've taken this storm serious because of Helene.
And you know, we never experienced a storm surge like that, and we have this kind of falling on right on the heels of that. But one of the good things is Uber was offering free rides to the shelter. A lot of people are out. When we drove by from Holmes Beach out in that area, it was completely vacated. It was a ghost town. There was no one there. So a lot of those people who lived in those low-lying coastal areas really heeded those evacuation orders.
Well, if we get the 12 to 15-foot storm surge, our islands are gone, and it's coming into the city even more. We saw what 6 feet did. Just imagine double or triple on that, and it's trouble.
And we have the National Guard out. We have Florida CERT teams out, making sure they're monitoring those bridges. But we are expecting with this storm that there's going to probably be some widespread power outages that people are going to have to contend with.
Well, and that's why, you know, we're here at our Public Operations Center, and what's happening is we're going to be able to get right out at the FIT teams, first in teams here, and we're closer to the beach and islands. Without the people there because of the Helene, it's going to be better to get in town and try to save people. But if you're at home now, get to a shelter if you're in a ABC or evacuation zone, because we're not going to be able to come out after a couple hours from now because of the winds.
And then you're speaking of the winds, we were going up and down those roads off the beach. Now, I know they were able to clear a lot of that debris from the state roads, but if you're on those back roads, that is still a problem.
Right. In the city of Bradenton, we started a week ago Sunday. We got almost 2 million pounds with the city staff and the haulers off of the waterways in that, but unfortunately we weren't able to get it all, just like all other cities and counties around us. But just hunker down. If you're close to those, you probably should be evacuating. If you're hearing this now, you should be out because we don't want debris to fly. And if we get the winds with the surge, it's even that much more trouble.
Yeah, because that's going to push the debris out into the middle of the street. Then you're going to have that compounded with those strong winds, which could blow it all over. You'll have these projectile missiles just launching in all different directions, which is the last thing you want. So it's a really good thing that those people heeded those orders and got out of there.
Yeah, but if you're in that house, I'm still going to say get out. We can replace your house. We can't replace your life. And you've heard other mayors, other sheriffs, other police say you will die in a 12 to 15-foot storm surge. So I'm saying it. Please get to a shelter because the shelters are the highest grounds and the safest grounds.
Another good thing to do is if you see any place open with food, with drinks, you really want to stop and pick those up because come tomorrow, come even in a few hours, that might not be an option and you might not be able to get food for a while.
Yeah, that's true. We just don't know what hits. As it hits us, we're going to find out. And from there, you know, we're going to start recovering tomorrow.
And that's going to be this. So you're just keeping a close eye on what's going on over here. But really, tomorrow's where you got to be really assertive because come early morning hours, that's when things are really going to pick up.
Right. And unfortunately, once the storm hits tonight, our staff, police, fire, are not going to be able to go out. They will go out at first light. So really, you're going to be hunkered in for the next 12 to 18 hours when the storm starts around 3 or 4 o'clock today.
That's why if anybody's still on the cusp, and hopefully everybody's gone, but if they're still on the cusp, how long would you say they have to get out?
I would say within maybe a couple of hours to get to the storm shelters. Get to the shelters. There's a bunch in our town. There's still place. Get there, please.
You heard the mayor. That's really the message. If you're not out, get to those shelters. There is still time, but as we said before, that clock is ticking and time is running out. For right now, reporting live in Sarasota, Nick Volturo, 10 Tampa Bay.
Hey, Nick, it's Jamison. And before you go, before you stepped inside there in Bradenton, we were just talking to Jen Titus. She was starting to see the wind pick up and the rain pick up as well. Was that your experience as you were stepping into City Hall there?
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that even before we stepped in, even when we were over by the beach before, that wind was really starting to intensify. That rain was coming down pretty hard. And we know it's only going to get worse, right? It's only going to get stronger. It's only going to deteriorate the longer we go. So that's why we came inside over here to the EOC. We wanted to speak with the mayor, get kind of their perspective of how they're looking at this storm and how they're going to respond once that storm arrives. So this is really where we're at right now, just kind of seeing how the pieces are being put on the chessboard to be able to maneuver, because obviously we still have just some, a few hours left, and then things can really take a turn. So for right now, reporting live in Bradenton, Nick Volturo, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thanks, Nick. I want to take you about 35 miles south of where Nick is right now in Bradenton. We have Rob Hackford in Venice with an update there.
Yeah, guys, this is the line of cars to get into the Taylor Ranch Elementary Shelter, one of 11 in Sarasota County. Now, this one is nearing capacity. We've been speaking with some folks who are being accepted still, others being told to seek shelter elsewhere. Again, there are 10 other shelters on top of this one in Sarasota County that are accepting folks. Again, we've had a line of people that have been coming in throughout the day, bringing their lives with them, or as much as they can carry with them from their homes, making that tough decision to take their pets, to take their family members with them, to make a temporary home for the next couple days. Again, Taylor Ranch, we heard from the principal just a bit ago, there are about 780 people here, several hundred pets staying here as well. So if you are coming here, they may ask you to head to another location, but it is better for you to go to a shelter, seek safety first, and then be advised by the professionals that are working here from the county as well as the school district. In Venice, Rob Hackford, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Rob, thank you so much. Good to see a lot of folks using that area. I don't know if I've ever seen shelters that full.
Noah's Ark there right now.
It really
They're
is.
bringing their their pets right
But
now,
if all those folks survive, that's great versus if they had stayed. So this is actually really good to see, and our roads being cleared out there. People are listening, and it's almost good that Helene happened a couple of weeks ago, so close to this one, because everybody remembers.
Yeah.
So they're going to act this time around, and we need that. Absolutely. Jenny Dean has been live for us in Tampa all morning long with the very latest, with a live look from there today. It looks like you've moved closer to the river and downtown there, Jenny.
Yeah, that's right. We are in a parking garage, the Poe parking garage. You might know we are right near the Art Museum and near the Riverwalk there. You can see Curtis Sixon is just beyond the museum there. So people familiar with this area, and you can see nobody's out. Everybody is really taking the warning this time. People are staying where they should be and hunkering down for the storm. Now, we do have a couple updates from Hillsborough County. The shelters are filling up. People have decided last minute, the more they see of this storm, the more they see the rain coming down, they're deciding, you know what, we really need to be indoors, or in a safer place than they are. So the shelters are filling up, but Hillsborough opened up 3 more. So there is room for you. If you still want to go, you still have a small window of time to get to a shelter, and there are areas where you can get to that. Now, Hillsborough County also, we talked to the sheriff's office earlier, they're ready to go after the storm. You know, Sheriff Chronister didn't like talking about what's going to happen after the storm while we're still getting ready for this one, but he just wanted everyone to know that they are ready, and they have some new task amphibious water vehicles. They have 4 more. They saw how important the ones that they had were during Helene. So the county kind of coughed up the dough, and they were able to purchase more, and they were able to get them in the last couple of days. Now, as far as debris, the Tampa mayor says it has been a Herculean effort. They have hauled away about 3 months of debris in just a couple of days, and that's just around the city of Tampa. Hillsborough County also working around the clock, and you know, Mayor Castor said they're still out there hauling debris, and they're still going to be doing it until at least 3 o'clock, even later if they can do it safely. Update from TECO, they're ready to go. They have their largest response team ready. They are standing, ready to go as soon as this storm is over to try and get power back. Of course, the way they do it is in order of importance. So they want to get hospitals back online, your police stations, your county offices. They want to make sure that all of those first responders, all of those people that are going to be able to help you after the storm, they will get their power back first, and then they're going to go home to home, neighborhood to neighborhood, and they're going to work. They have about 5,000 people on standby. So a lot happening with the county as they give their update. Of course, the Plant City mayor also talking, saying that anyone in a mobile home or a manufactured home should also consider going to a shelter or going to a friend's home because the winds are going to be so strong and predicted to be so strong with Milton. But I want to just give you another look. The river looking good right now. Riverwalk not flooded. We aren't seeing any flooding. We've just had some light rain falling since we started about 1 o'clock this morning. And you can see the trees really aren't even moving. It's oddly calm out here, Jamison and Caitlin. So, I mean, right now, it just seems like people have heeded the warning and they're staying put. And that's really what emergency officials are asking you to do before we do start to see any of those winds pick up here in Tampa and Hillsborough County.
And yeah, the proverbial calm before the storm, but this certainly is a scary one for our area, and definitely the clock ticking to get to higher ground if you are in a flood zone right now.
Yeah, absolutely eerie to kind of not see anybody lingering around downtown. We know during Helene, Jenny went down toward Bayshore as the water was coming ashore, and everybody was over there seeming to have a good time, and it wasn't a good time, obviously. And hopefully everyone stays out of that area today as well. Don't forget, at 11:30 this morning, we will be taking a live press conference with the city of Tampa and Mayor Jane Castor about their response today, as well as what is coming up in the days afterwards as well.
Yeah, with that in mind, right now we're getting updated photos here. This is of Tampa police officers making their final evacuation efforts here. They are hoping that you've sought shelter. If you haven't, this is the time to do it. There are a number of shelters still open in the Tampa Bay area, 3 already reaching capacity at this point. But as you heard Jenny say, recently 3 additional ones opened as well. So this is the time to heed those warnings. There's going to be a time, as there always is with these very strong storms, where they're just not going to be able to respond
Hurricane Milton.
you.
Yeah, Hurricane Milton, one of the fastest storms ever to go from a 1 to a 5 in the Gulf of Mexico. Hurricane hunters sending us this new video of their flight into the storm yesterday. When you look at it, you think, not so bad compared to the story or the VO that we saw from the day before when they went in and everything went flying around in the plane. That is, I'm going to guess, more of them in the eye, since it is as calm as it is right there. But it is quite the storm, and it is heading this way now, about 250 miles or so to Tampa, as the crow flies, I guess they would say.
Yeah, we are just at 11 o'clock this morning. Thanks for joining us here on 10 Tampa Bay. This has been a long morning for us across the Tampa Bay area. We're with you every step of this storm right now. It is coming up at 11 o'clock, so we have this hope of get an update here on the path and track of Milton. It has been a Category 4 storm.
Send it over to meteorologist Amanda Pappas. Did we just get that 11 o'clock advisory in?
We did just get that 11 o'clock advisory in, guys. So we're here. We're going to be stepping you through this every single way of the storm. That new advisory showing us that those wind speeds have tumbled down a little bit from 155 down now to 145 miles per hour. That pressure has been raised a little bit as well, 931 millibars. So the system overall, not too many big changes for you, other than the fact that we are going to continue to see that this maintains that major hurricane strength. It's still a Category 4 with this 11 a.m. advisory. The update, now let's take a look at that cone. The major update, it looks like we could see enough of this vertical shear, they're thinking, along with the dry air, to really help to weaken this system before it makes landfall as a Category 3. Now, we do see one thing that's really interesting is that the cone has shifted a little farther south. Again, we still anticipate that Manatee County or potentially Sarasota County is going to be the location of that landfall. landfall. This is brand new information. I am just seeing it just as fast and quickly as you are right here. It's still projected to cut across the state as a hurricane, and it is going to bring major impacts, not just to the west coast of Florida, but to the state as a whole. We are under multiple warnings at this time, and we know that some of those are all caused by these impacts, right? So talking about long term, we do see that the system will then cut across the state of Florida. With this latest cone, it shows that it'll weaken by early Friday morning and push out into the Atlantic. Thank goodness, not curving back up like Helene did to the Carolinas, which is wonderful news. Aside from that, though, this is going to be our storm. So here's what we need you to do. You have to move now. We are about to close in on the final hour of where you can finally evacuate. So you got to evacuate now if you are in that evacuation zone. I'm begging you. We love you. You matter. And also we love Tampa Bay. So we want to make sure that you are out of a dangerous situation. Landfall still projected to be late tonight into early Thursday morning. We'll get a better idea as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon of exact timing and location for you. But just know around 11 p.m. we could see that landfall potentially into midnight. Now impacts are going to be those very strong winds. This wind field on this system is going to be so large, and we could see some of the strongest winds, the highest surge, things that we've never seen that can change our entire coastline here on the west coast of Florida. Things are not going to be the same after Milton rolls through. And that tornado watch that we had issued as well, that's going until 9 o'clock. Why? Because the bands of rain and wind are going to continue to move in. We already have tornado warnings to our south, and those will gradually move northward as we go throughout the next couple of hours. And with them, we know those bands of rain, that training, those areas that get the rain again and again and again, that can lead to a major problem in terms of flash flooding. So we do know that the system set now with the latest advisory that just came in to potentially now make landfall as a Category 3 rather than a 4. So, hey, we're going to take that piece of good news. Either way, though, we can't focus in on the category, right? We have to focus in on the impacts. And either way, this is going to be a major landfalling hurricane. So right now, we already have some tornado warnings over towards portions of Glades County, into Hendry County, portions of Collier. I saw multiple videos and pictures of a massive tornado that was crossing over Alligator Alley, I-75, right down here for our neighbors in Southwest Florida. This is serious. We want you to stay in your safe spot today and stay put, and have a way to get alerts by downloading our 10 Tampa Bay app. So we have our eye of the storm right here. You can see some of that lightning within that inner eye wall near the core, indicating that this system is strong. Look how wide it is, that rain shield expanding far north. Look at that, all the way into portions of the Panhandle and Big Bend of Florida right there. We see a good amount of moderate rainfall for our area. Zoomed in look right now, we continue to see these bands of rain and wind are continuing to move gradually more northward as the system moves to the northeast right now. And we do know that we are going to see that tornado threat only increase heading into the rest of this evening. That is why we have a tornado watch in effect for our area. So no tornado right here right now. However, the ingredients are right and the atmosphere is primed to see these tornadoes pop up, and there are supercells that are in there. I was just reading the discussion from the National Hurricane Center about Milton. These are things that we don't typically see. Now, what we do typically see with tornadoes are EF0s, EF1s that last for about 5 to 15 minutes. Now, we're seeing some really impressive signatures on radar, meaning really impressive areas of spin, right, that we're watching. So these could be some dangerous tornadoes. So make sure you identify in your safe spot that you're riding out the storm in, a safe room or safe location in the interior of wherever you're staying, away from windows, especially if you do have a tornado in the area. You want to know where to go. Put as many layers between you and the outside world as possible and get to the center portion of the area. But otherwise, guys, right now we can see not everyone experiencing the worst of it quite yet, but that rain is still definitely kicking, and you could see those winds kicking up as well from Lakewood Ranch. Eyes on them. We could see this system make landfall late tonight, either late tonight or early tomorrow morning. So our in-house model has been putting this as an earlier landfall, to be honest with you guys. But you could see either way, the eye wall is impacting us tonight, and that is why we have that tornado threat. Take a look. We see a ton of rainfall with this, and it's going to continue to move gradually, cut across the state, heading into the overnight hours and pushing over to the Space Coast. As it does so, that is why we have that level 3 enhanced risk level 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather. So what does that mean to you? Well, we have the risk for tornadoes. We got storm surge that's going to be coming later tonight, and rain and wind all throughout the day today. That's why I'm telling you, don't go outside. It's not safe, obviously. And hopefully, I've been seeing this, which I'm really happy a lot of you have evacuated. But what we do know is that the system will clear on out of here, but still seeing that threat for severe weather crossing over into the state. And we do know for us here, we're going to see the most amount of impacts. Even over towards the East Coast, though, they could be seeing some storm surge. But let's talk about those local impacts for you. We do know that over towards Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco, our northern counties, from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., we're going to be experiencing the majority of these, the brunt of it. Winds up to 90 miles per hour, rain topping out at 12 inches potentially, surge 4 to 7 feet. And we do know that flash flood threat is there because the northern portion of this system is going to contain the most amount of rainfall. That rain shield is very thick, and that leads to that freshwater flooding. Now, for Pinellas and Hillsborough, beloved Tampa and St. Pete, we know that the winds could be topping out to 110 miles per hour. Rain up to 16 inches. That could be devastating and lead to that flash flooding. And this is why it's so important for you guys to heed all the evacuations. Your time to evacuate is coming to an end quickly here, folks. Surge potentially up to 12 feet. That is deadly. I know that those numbers have come down a little bit, but it's still much more than we even saw with Helene. And we know that the debris could be picked up, lofted into the air, and thrown around. And that's the last thing that we want you to be near. Manatee, Sarasota, where we could see the landfall of the system. 4 p.m. to 4A, we do have those winds topping out to 120 miles per hour potentially, and we know the surge threat will be the greatest just to the south of the eye of the system, and we do want you to heed those evacuations. Overall, though, Mount Polk County always just gets the brunt, really, of it as well. Even as it's crossing through and it's not towards the coast, we still need you to know about power outages and the potential for severe weather. Coming up, though, I'll have a full analyzation of the storm and also talking about your 7-day forecast in just a couple of minutes. And Bobby Duskins, our chief meteorologist, has just arrived.
All right, thank you so much, Amanda. Yeah, we're going to dig deeper a little bit into that 11 o'clock advisory there. A lot of folks had questions this morning. The model's still not in agreement as of early this morning. We're hoping as we get a little bit closer here, we can finally, drill this thing down.
Yeah, I see our chief hard at work over there checking these models and really studying the impacts here. I know everybody is at home anticipating more information as soon as we can get it. I missed that from our producer here.
The Hernando Emergency Operations Center is holding a live press conference right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Thank you, Director DiCarlo. I wanted to speak to a minute to our neighbors in Ridge Manor and the east side of the county, specifically US 301, Trilby and Croom area, and anybody neighboring the Withlacoochee River. We're anticipating major flood stage Saturday and into Sunday. So we need you to be vigilant. We need you to be informed. You can monitor our Facebook pages, Hernando EM, Hernando Government. All the information will be posted there. You can also track the flooding at www.weather.gov/SERFC. Again, that's www.weather.gov/SERFC. Again, major flood stage Saturday going into Sunday on the Withlacoochee River. So please, east side of the county, please be vigilant, stay informed, follow us on social media for all the updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, and as soon as the storm passes, we'll have sandbag locations reopened as soon as we can for those people that are going to be affected by the flood within the Withlacoochee. Also, due to the flood, please remember, if you have any electric cars, any electric bikes, anything that with lithium ion batteries, generators, please take them out of your garage, out of your home. If it does get flooded, it gets saltwater intrusion or even freshwater intrusion, any water intrusion is likely to compromise that battery and cause a fire. Okay, we want to make sure nobody gets hurt. We're very fortunate that we had no fatalities, no injuries during Hurricane Helene. I want to make sure that same posture goes for Hurricane Milton. For further information, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner John Alaco.
Thank you. As we've heard, we're in expectation of losing electricity. So for those of you who have tubs in your home, I'd recommend that you fill your tubs with water in advance. That can be used to help flush your toilets, especially those who are on private wells. This is important for you to understand. Once you lose electricity, you're not going to be able to use your well. You're going to want to be able to use your facilities as long as possible. However, If your well is to be inundated with water, likely to happen, especially in the areas of the east end of the county, understand that that well will be contaminated. It's going to need to be sanitized afterwards before you use that. You can become very sick if that water obviously gets into your well from the ground. Again, fill your tubs if possible. You can use that to help flush your toilets. Understand that this is probably going to be several days without electricity, as we're hearing. So if you're on a private well, you're definitely going to want to make sure you're prepared. That includes most of the northwest end of our county, parts of Brooksville, and on our east end of our county into Ridge Manor and community. You know who you are if you're on a private well. Also, understand that we've heard it already about electric down. Just because electric lines are down and you may not have electricity does not necessarily mean that some of the lines may not be energized. Potentially even from other people's generators. So do not walk around in the water around any down lines, and understand that any potential sitting water could be energized from somebody's private generator. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, just to recap, Hurricane Milton is forecast to make landfall in the Sarasota area at 2 a.m. Early Thursday morning. We can expect tropical storm force winds within Hernando County between 4 p.m. today and 6 p.m. 4 and 6 p.m. We can start seeing those tropical force storm winds entering Hernando County. It takes several hours throughout the night, and we can expect those to leave the area by 11 o'clock, maybe between 11 o'clock and 5 p.m. tomorrow. This is as it gets closer to the West Coast, it's going to expand. The wind field is going to be huge, okay? So please be careful. Keep in contact with our Facebook page, monitor your local weather forecast, and keep informed, okay? We want to make sure everybody's safe. If you have any further questions, storm-related questions, please call our Public Information Center, 352-754-4083. For more storm information, you can visit our website at www.hernandocounty.us/EM. That's hernandocounty.us/EM. To sign up for weather alerts, go to www.alerthernando.org. We'll continue to monitor the storm, and we'll push out that information as it becomes available throughout the day from the National Hurricane Center and through the National Weather Service, our Tampa Bay Ruskin office. We have great relationships. We've been in constant communication with those. We have several calls throughout the day with both entities and along with the Florida Division of Emergency Management. We're trying to do everything we can to help protect you and be prepared for response and recovery from not only continue that from Hurricane Helene, but also from Hurricane Milton. Remember, Hernando County, you're number one. Hernando prepares. Thank you.
All right.
All right, we are keeping you prepared ahead of this storm, and a great way to do that around the clock, especially if you lose power, which it's expected that much of the Tampa Bay area will, at least at some point throughout this storm. We are here for you around the clock with our 10 Tampa Bay Plus app. You can stream it on Fire, Roku, Apple TV. A good time to go and download that right now to your TV. You can also take our app with you on the go. Good time to download that too, 10 Tampa Bay, right there on your phone. You can stream us live for you. You also find resources at your fingertips, shelters, gas, power outages as Hurricane Milton makes its way toward the Tampa Bay area as of that 11 o'clock advisory just about 15 minutes ago. It is a Category 4 storm. It has weakened just a little bit, and the big headline out of that is we could expect an earlier landfall. Our chief meteorologist, Bobby Deskins, is in the Weather Center. We're going to get to him shortly this afternoon, where he will break it all down for you, but he is studying this storm minute by minute and the impacts just across the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, we've been telling folks all morning long that if you want to evacuate, you still have a little bit of time, but conditions are starting to deteriorate down there, especially down in that Sarasota, Manatee County area as well. We do want to give you these pictures that we just got in here. This is a crash on I-75 just north of State Road 60. A tractor trailer there driven by a 59-year-old driver from Tampa, hydroplaned to the center median. As you can see, it happened in the southbound lanes. That truck collided with the guardrail. That driver now being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. As we're seeing, the roads are starting to pond. So there is the danger now of trying to evacuate. We did just get word from FHP that traffic going eastbound on Alligator Alley toward the Miami area, toward that West Palm Beach area is light at this moment.
Yeah, slick conditions out there. But again, if you are not in a safe place, definitely take this opportunity to get on those roads safely and get above to higher ground out of a flood zone. This is the time to evacuate now. Our Jen Titus is in Bradenton. It's hometown for this girl. She grew up there. And Jen, I know you've been saying all morning you've never seen anything like this in the area.
No, kind of ironic, Caitlin. This is actually the church that my husband and I got married at, and now it has turned into a staging area for local sheriff's officers. We've seen Marine unit that is stationed here, some sheriff's deputies. We do see some tarps on the windows of the church here, located just feet from the Palmasoda Bay, which is just across the street here. Basically, the entire area has some sort of water somewhere, if it's the bay, if it's the island from Anna Maria to Bradenton Beach, and that's why we have those mandatory evacuations here in Manatee County for zones A, B, and C's. Now, those are more zones than we saw for Helene, and you guys have seen the pictures. We haven't stopped talking about the devastation from the barrier islands here, Anna Maria Island, Bradenton Beach, the devastation and the destruction, and now we have more evacuation zones for B and C, areas and streets that I grew up on that we were never evacuated before, now under an evacuation, mandatory evacuation, because those storm surge levels are just so high. And I did speak to some of the deputies. I asked them, are people taking these evacuation warnings seriously? And they said they are, because they have Helene so fresh in their mind. This is nothing to chance with. You can see that the wind is blowing a little bit, not too hard here yet. The rain has been continuously coming down, but we will be out here and you will see one of those strong bands. So the weather is beginning to deteriorate just a little bit. So again, if you still have not evacuated, if you are sitting at your house, maybe you've already lost power, you're listening to this on the radio, you have a little bit of time, not much, but you only have to go a mile or two, because there are so many shelters open here in Bradenton and in Manatee County. 10 shelters, about 6,000 people have evacuated to those shelters. I know there's hardly a hotel room available in the area. I heard the lady at our front desk of our hotel tell somebody that there are not hotel rooms available for over 100+ miles. So you don't have to go that far. You can just go to evacuation shelter. That would probably be just down the road from wherever you are, to a safe place, and just to ride out this storm. We do know that there is a lot of debris all over the place here in Bradenton. The islands, zone A's here in actual Bradenton, down by the river, down by Cortez, down by Palmasola Bay here. So much debris still. They just couldn't get to it all. And those trucks, guys, have now stopped. They will not be picked up until Friday. And that's why they're asking people that if you're in that evacuation zone, evacuate. Because not only will the storm surge move that debris around, so will the wind. And that puts you guys into a very, very dangerous situation.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
a good idea to think about now, Jen, in your home. As you look around, if you're in an evacuated safe place, you also want to think about getting away from windows too, because of that debris that you're talking about. You don't want to be near windows as this storm moves through our area with so much debris left over that can just become projectiles, unfortunately. And I know they worked around the clock to remove what they could. Jen, I did want to ask you, because you're such an incredible reporter on the ground for us, especially during these storms. And unfortunately, you were up in Citrus County during Helene. We watched with you those swiftwater rescues live happening on television. And so many people were saying to you then, like, they were surprised. Oh, I woke up, it was like a nightmare. Yep. The storm surge rushed in. In just minutes, it was up to my waist. It happened so fast. You witnessed it less than 2 weeks ago at this point, which is hard to even wrap our own heads around right now. Yeah. But I wanted you to talk to people at home, to just urge people to go, because you watched that live as it was unfolding, just the desperation of people waiting for those airboats to rescue them.
I always talk to people, Caitlin, after the storm that stayed in an evacuation area, even people that weren't rescued but just watched the water come through just inches from their door. And I said, would you ever do it again? They said, absolutely not. Their warning and message to everybody is evacuate. The people from the airboats that you saw being rescued. I was in Houston when Hurricane Harvey came in, unprecedented flooding, people being rescued from their roofs. Every single person said that they would have evacuated. And I think because we just saw Helene down here, and people here on the islands and in Zone A saw the damage and the destruction from that storm surge, people are saying, yeah, we're not staying this time. We are evacuating, and the officials around here can only hope that everybody has really heeded those warnings, because these are storm surge levels, again, Caitlin, that we just have not seen, where we're talking about not just flooding, but literally lifting homes off of foundations that we saw from Hurricane Ian down in Fort Myers, and are praying that that does not happen here, but we are, you know, expecting the worst and just hoping the best.
Jen reporting live for us down there in her hometown of Bradenton, and everybody's on standby waiting there as well.
Outside her church where she got married.
I know, absolutely. Well, let's go over to Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins, who is here with us today. You know, Bobby, you've been following this all morning long. We were kind of hoping for a miracle.
Yeah, well, of course we are.
Yeah.
It has weakened a little bit. It will weaken more. It is now going a little further south of the Tampa Bay area, so that will limit, at least lower the surge that we'll see in the Tampa Bay area, but that means that the Sarasota County coastline is going to get hit really hard. So let's kind of reset here. There have been no changes as of 11 o'clock to the watches and the warnings. Everybody here in the Tampa Bay area is under a hurricane warning. It's a Cat 4 with 145-mile-per-hour winds. That came down. It was 155 at 8 o'clock this morning, okay? So it's weakening. The forecast does bring it in later this evening, probably 10, 11, 12 o'clock, almost towards midnight, with 125-mile-per-hour winds. That, too, has come down. As of the 8 o'clock, the 5 o'clock update this morning, we were thinking about 130-mile-per-hour winds. Now that's down to 125. And just let me tell you this. Right now, they've got 145-mile-per-hour winds. Most of the wind, even around that eye wall, is not 145 miles per hour. That is the highest that they could find in a small section right around the eye. And it's been on the northwest or the very southeast side. It's kind of fluctuated a little bit. But most of the wind is not quite that high, but they know they've got that high a wind, so they have to put that as the number. Okay, a little consolation if that, right? But this will stay a hurricane all the way across Florida, about 130, 140 miles or so. It will weaken, obviously, as it moves across, but there's going to be a good swath that moves across. Now, the forecast models. Obviously, there's Tampa. You can see kind of right in here, Fort Myers there, Sanibel is right down here. You've got southern parts of Sarasota. It's like Venice and Vamo is right about here. Okay, so they're in that Sarasota County area, Bradenton to Sarasota. And unfortunately, and Kim, if you're watching Siesta Key, you know, Siesta Key to me looks like it's going to be pretty close to where this thing makes landfall. We're starting to run out, I don't want to say the usefulness of these models, but where it is now, and it's moving so quickly at this point, about, 17 miles per hour now to the northeast, that these run every 6 hours or so, and they're not all at the same 6-hour increment, but they have to start with where it is now, and then it would take several hours for it to run. So we're going to get more model runs in, but at this point we're thinking it's definitely closer to the Sarasota County coastline. Now, another good thing is we're starting to see some of the wind shear. It's actually blowing things off to the north and the east, and so now it is not the big pinwheel with the perfect eye. You can see the eye. In fact, watch this. Watch the eye close up. See it right there? And then you see it kind of close up. That is wind shear, and that's weakening the system. Plus, yesterday, I don't know if you noticed it, it actually felt kind of good outside at times with the northeast wind. There was drier air in place, and that's getting in underneath of this. And so that's going to eat away on it just a little bit, just enough to weaken a little bit. Now, there's the Hurricane Center forecast track. You can see it right in towards Sarasota. It's still a good-looking storm, but notice the west side, there's not as much there. So what we're looking at is all of this moisture pushing off towards the east and the northeast. And I'm telling you, I know we're focused on surge and wind, but rainfall is going to be huge, and the tornado threat. We are going to get all of them, and this is going to be a big impact from all of those. All right, it's just how much is it and where will we get it? So visible satellite, we're still waiting to make sure we don't get an eye pop out there, but that's still a decent looking system. I don't see a ton of shear on it right now to weaken it, but there will be more the further north it goes. There's a lot of shear up here, and it's moving into that environment. That red box, by the way, is a tornado watch for the area. Now, this will continue to move off towards the north and the east. Again, they changed earlier some of the hurricane warnings down to Fort Pierce and a little bit further up towards Daytona Beach, north of Daytona, up towards Volusia, Ormond Beach area. But nothing has changed for us, and I don't expect any changes for us as far as warnings, watches, and warnings go. Now, arrival of the winds. So if you've been watching our coverage this morning, you've seen it's been getting a little gusty out there. You probably felt that. We're thinking now, and this has moved up around 2 o'clock this afternoon. That was later in the evening yesterday, all last night. But around 2 o'clock, we'll start to see more steady winds in the upper 30s to low 40s. We've seen gusts now to about 41 in St. Pete. Most areas in the Tampa area have seen gusts in the 30s so far today. All right, that is all going to increase as we go through the afternoon hours. Now, there is the forecast line. Again, a lot of times I don't show this because it's going to change a little bit, and this will change. But I wanted to show you this to give you an idea of why we have the surge forecasts and where we have those surge forecasts. So if the center goes in here, the wind's spinning counterclockwise, it's going to push more water right here. It's going to push a little less water here, right? So 10 to 15 foot is what's expected here in Sarasota. That number goes down to 8 to 12 here. I'll show you that coming up. What's harder to forecast is as this is moving towards us, it's pushing a bulge of water, and that's going to get into Tampa Bay. That has not as much to do with the wind, but that's a harder thing to calculate. Wind, we know how much wind it is. We know how long it's been blowing there. We can say 10 to 15 pretty easily in that location. So 8 to 12 for Tampa Bay, and it will change just a little bit. That we had 5 to 8 for Helene, okay? We averaged about 7 foot. 8 to 12, even if we averaged 8 foot, that would be less, I mean more than what we saw. So Fort Myers is at 8 to 12. It's the Sarasota coastline all the way down to basically with the 10 to 15. And then from basically Anna Maria Island south, or the mouth of the bay, they've gone 8 to 12 foot. All right, so let's hope that doesn't verify. If it does, it's way more than what we saw during Helene. All right, now the further north you go, look at this up towards Anclote, Tarpon Springs area, right? That has come down. Most of the winds here will start out of the southeast like we have now, go to the northeast, and then the north and northwest. So we're going to get some wind, especially later tonight, but 3 to 5 foot surge. And our friends in Crystal River, I mean, look, we were, you know, Helene, you got the most surge, 11, 10, 11, 12 feet. Only a 2 to 4 foot surge forecast for those areas, so at least a little bit of good news there. All right, let's go through a little bit more of the timing. This is the wind field forecast from the Hurricane Center. The yellow is about 40-mile-per-hour winds, tropical storm force winds. We've got some gusts along the coast now, but watch as we go through the afternoon. This is around 2 o'clock. More of us are going to start to see it. Friends on social media, Facebook, saying, hey, what about Lakeland? Now it's going further south. No, you're still getting wind. You're still getting a ton of rain, and it's going to cause some damage, okay? It will weaken, but what's weakening is the wind right around here. When that happens, as it gets closer to shore and it starts to weaken, this wind field here gets bigger. And including actually the orange, which is about 60-mile-per-hour winds, that will stretch out just a little bit as well. And so basically that orange is going to be the core that comes right across central Florida, I-4 and southward especially. So let's go through the time. This is 2 o'clock. Right around 5 o'clock, we're going to start to see this orange get on here. That's the 55, 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Okay, so 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, from Pinellas all the way down through Port Charlotte area, but especially Manatee and Sarasota County. By 9 o'clock, now we're starting to see the hurricane force winds. Now, this is what's key for the forecast and the wobbles and the directions and where it goes, because if this were to hold, watch this forecast, from 9 through about midnight, Tampa is on the very northern end of seeing hurricane force winds. Northwest Hillsborough, maybe gusts in the 70s to near 80. But it would be more so down in southeastern Hillsborough. And this is just a forecast, and it's just kind of to show you where we go. But you get the idea, the further north you go, the less wind you will see. So Pasco, Hernando, yes, I think we'll get gusts well into the 60s and 70s, but do we get 75 and higher? It's going to be close. Certainly in this area where you see the red is where we're going to get it. This is around 4 in the morning. It is actually getting a little bit calmer at the coast. Not much, but the higher winds are moving away. Look at Polk County. Hardy County, DeSoto, mostly Hardy, but Northern Highlands, hurricane force winds, not Cat 3 at that time, it'll be a little less, but it will be pushing across Highlands County, Polk County, and out towards Cocoa Beach. So think about all the things. You've got Orlando in this area right in here. They're going to get 60s and 70s. And then it'll get pretty high as you get over towards Cocoa Beach, down to Rockledge and all those areas. Now, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, still breezy, Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete, Bradenton, AMI, all these areas, but the highest winds and the more damaging winds are off to our east. Here's the one caveat of all of that. Especially the hurricane force winds. Initially, those winds will be coming in from the south and southeast. And that tends to weaken the trees, break some limbs, that type of thing. Then as the backside comes through, the wind is coming around from the northwest. That's going to happen all the way over here. And so now you have weakened trees, weakened limbs, and the wind switches direction. So instead of them all leaning this way, now they blow back that way, and that's when we tend to see a lot of them go down. That's when we tend to see a lot of the power outages. That will be happening after 9 p.m. tonight. Okay, so it's going to be dark out, and you're going to start losing power. Hopefully, the kids will sleep right through the whole thing tonight. It's going to be loud, that's for sure. Now, here's our high wind impact graphic here. So 111 mile per hour wind gusts are possible from Tampa all the way down through Sarasota County. Okay? This forecast was all the way up to northern Pasco, almost to Hernando County yesterday. So because the track has slid southward, that has come a little bit further southward as well. But Pinellas, especially southern Pinellas, our beaches, Tampa, eastern Hillsborough, Lakeland included, you have that chance for about 111 mile per hour wind gusts. Now, if you notice, the track's going here. I kind of put these hash marks here so you can see that's the area where we're going to see the highest wind impact. It does weaken a little bit, so we don't get as much wind over on the East Coast, just because the overall wind is weakening. The issue, though, as it weakens, the wind field, the lower winds, expands. And so we could get wind gusts almost to 90 miles per hour up in northern Citrus County and all the way down towards Lake Okeechobee. But certainly wind gusts into the 70s for those particular areas. So it's going to be a transitioning storm as it comes on, and that's typical. That's exactly what we expect in these types of storms. Now, let's talk rainfall. We haven't talked as much about that. This is going to be a big story with this storm. 10 to 15 inches wherever the center goes in, which is likely in the Sarasota area, and to the north. And you can see the swath. That's the direction that it's going. So that means Tampa. That means especially Pasco, Hernando, Citrus counties, the Anclote River, right? The next 24 hours with the rainfall threat is where those spots that normally flood in your neighborhood, or those roads, those intersections that flood when you get a heavy rainfall, that will be happening the next 24 hours. The next 48 to 72 hours, 2 to 3 days, the rivers are going to start to come up. So if you live along the Anclote River, that river is going to come up. We don't know exactly how much yet, but that's a forecast that we'll be keeping for you. All of those rivers are going to be doing that. Now, the heaviest rain is just now sitting offshore. This is light to moderate rainfall. It's been raining, guys. You know this, right? It's saturated. So now you've got saturated soils. We're in Florida. It's sandy. You got Swiss cheese limestone basically underneath of you, right? Karst topography is what we call it. So it does drain fairly well. But we've had quite a bit of rain over the last several days. We're adding this rain, then we're going to get the heaviest rain here. We'll actually get a little break after this comes through. That'll be late this afternoon into the evening hours. But that loosens the soils. Then you bring in all the wind that's around this eye here, and you're going to start knocking trees down. So light rain now will get a little bit more intense along the immediate coast, and then especially as we move our way down to the south and this band here starts to come on shore. These cells out here are producing tornadoes and some doozies. So especially eastern Highlands County, Lake Placid and Sebring, we're going to have to watch these. We could end up here with the tornado warning for eastern Highlands County probably here in about 15, 20 minutes or so. Okay, it's going to be, I think it goes mainly east of Lake Placid and Sebring, but those cells are producing tornadoes. There's a lot of rotation in this line right here. I think there'll be less tornadic activity. I'm hoping there'll be less tornadic activity in that line than there is in these outer bands here, these cells there, but that will be our best chance to see tornadoes as we go through the afternoon. So there's our tornado potential. Because the storm is going like this, it's generally the northeast quadrant, which wouldn't go as much to the north, but it would just kind of go straight across west central Florida, including I-4 corridor. That's through today, and really that's through about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock p.m., and then after that, we'll drop that chance off quite a bit. This is our Storm Prediction Center outlook, severe weather outlook. It's an enhanced. It's a 3 out of a 5, and yeah, you can see where it is, obviously. Tornado warning now just issued down here. That's a waterspout probably coming in down towards Sanibel, and that will move to the north. That'll get into Port Charlotte and probably give us, I mean, look, if you watch this during Debbie, if you watch this during Helene, incredible how eastern Sarasota County and eastern Manatee County saw multiple tornadoes just drifting northward. We're setting up to do the same thing again today. And so we'll cover those for you, of course. You can see the warnings now. Those are tornado warnings. We're just about to Highlands County. Again, we'll probably get that warning in less than 15 minutes now. And then we've got one out west of West Palm Beach. This line, there it goes. They just popped one right there. And so that will be drifting here through the rest of the morning hours. What time we got here? 11:36. So it's going to be a busy afternoon here between now and about 3 o'clock for sure. All right, so what you need to do, the next 12 hours, notice the winds here starting to pick up out of the east and then the southeast eventually. But between now and 6 o'clock, steady winds in the 20s. And then we've got steady winds in the 40s by midnight. Obviously, we're going to have the gusts by midnight in the 70s and 80s. Guys?
All right, Bobby, thank you so much. And, speaking of weather, we've been telling you all morning long, there was high winds advisories there issued by FHP over the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Well, it is now officially closed. It looks like that might be either a FHP trooper there, but they are now telling us it is closed for the day. Speaking of closed, we have 3 Pinellas County storm shelters that have now reached their capacity. Those are Largo High School, Lealman Innovation Academy, and Palm Harbor University Building 19. That was a special needs shelter. Those are now all closed, but there are about 10 shelters there in Pinellas County that are still open. If you need to find one with the conditions deteriorating as quickly as they are, you still have time. If you go to 10tampabay.com, we have a list of all the shelters there if you need to find an open one, but you can tell by the video there, it's starting to get pretty bad out there.
Yeah, it is. You don't have much time to get there in a safe way, and we want you to do that, certainly out of this storm surge. Listening to Bobby there, the impacts of this storm that we anticipate as the day unfolds, the weather only going to deteriorate as the day unfolds. Now, a little south of us this morning, our Nick Valturo is continuing our team coverage right now. Nick, you've been in the Sarasota, then Bradenton area this morning. You already saw flooding, heavy rain throughout the area. Of course, that's only going to be the case and worse as the evening and evening hours unfold. So tell us what you're seeing there now. It does look, at least where you are, that the winds have died down a bit.
You know, actually, Caitlin, the winds are still going pretty strong. You can hear that thunder probably in the background, so you can tell probably this rain is only going to start intensifying. But you heard what Bobby mentioned earlier. We're going to have a lot of that saturation in the ground, right? We're going to have a lot of that rain coming down. We know what that's going to do. That's going to get into the ground, uproot those trees, which will start helping and toppling down into power lines, which is going to cause those widespread power outages. That's why here at the EOC, they're really trying to get the pieces together to try to be able to mobilize as soon as after that storm is over to be able to respond to anything that happens. Now, we have been over by Holmes Beach, and we saw just how much water, there was so much flash flooding taking place over there. We couldn't even get over to Anna Maria Island. The sheriff's deputies had it all closed off because they said it was inaccessible. And we were talking with police before, along with the Florida CERT team. They were talking about how one of the major things was getting a lot of that debris that has been stacked up, piling up off the main roads, off the state roads. But one of the biggest problems is they weren't able to get a lot of it off those side roads, even over there down by where the beach is. And we know with this storm surge that's predicted, especially in the Manatee, Sarasota area, a lot of that debris can wind up washing up and flying all over the place. So they're really asking people to hunker down and evacuate. And like you mentioned, it's really good to see those evacuation shelters are being utilized, because the fact that those are full in Pinellas County, so many are full here in Manatee County, means people are heeding those evacuation orders. And we're noticing that all out here, right? I mean, that's the one thing we've seen. It's truly deserted. It's a ghost town. There is nobody on the roads. All the businesses, all the stores are boarded up. Most places that you would never see closed, like McDonald's and Dunkin' Donuts and all your fast food restaurants and the Wawa, all closed. So no one's really taking this lightly at all. Everyone seems to understand the severity of what this storm can bring. And of course, as this rain intensifies, the wind intensifies, we're just really at that point where things are just starting to pick up. But we know it's only going to get worse as this day goes on.
Yeah, Nick, and you were talking to the mayor of Bradenton there just a little bit ago. In that interview, he mentioned about 2 million pounds of debris they were able to clear. We certainly know closer to the coastline, Bradenton Beach was just suffered unimaginable damage, but at least they got 2 million pounds of that debris out of there, because you're talking about some of that debris flying around.
Yeah, and one of the things he was really happy about was all that debris that was off those main roads, right? Because if people are driving down those areas, you really don't want debris that being scattered and strewed across those main thoroughfares. So one of the big things was they got a lot of that out. The one thing he was worried about, though, that he said to me, is people were just going out and starting to dump debris in random places. And he said that was a big no-no, because at the course where we're at right now, doing anything like that and putting things where those winds are already starting to come in was just extremely dangerous. So right now they tried to get as much off the road as possible, but of course right now it's the witching hour, right? We have a few hours left to go before we know this storm is going to make contact. So as far as what they're doing right now, it's really just going to be kind of a wait and respond to see what takes place over here.
Thanks, Nick. We appreciate it. I know they have the new Emergency Operations Center up too with smart apps as well. They're going to be monitoring the river in the area too with technology, with cameras in the area too. So this is going to be quite the evening. Unfortunately, this storm likely making landfall in the overnight hours when it's dark outside. And so that's the big key right now. As you can evacuate, you do not want to be in a home in a flood zone area in the dark when this storm hits. And that's the big warning here.
And it always seems to, I don't know what it is about, hurricanes here in our viewing area, but they always seem to hit at nighttime when the sun goes down, which makes it that much more traumatic for so many people. But again, we're trying to be that voice for you here so we can walk you through it every step of the way here when Milton comes ashore later on tonight. Yeah, now we always see people help out before and after these storms. Unfortunately, there are people that take advantage as well, and we're just getting more information right now from St. Pete Police. Shore Acres hit so hard by Helene. It's been a devastated area where so many people are out of their homes, completely have had to tear them apart, furniture out there on the sidewalks. Right now we're learning that there was an arrest made in the area, the Ponderosa Shore Acres area, after an attempted burglary earlier today. So, of course, this is a zero tolerance policy here. They're going to be patrolling the areas, as that is an evacuated area. Many people heeding the warning there. The governor spoke about that earlier, too, that there are officers, law enforcement from across the nation that are going to be set up after this storm, too, to patrol the areas to make sure that nobody's taken advantage of. Yeah, absolutely. And everybody knows that a lot of those folks in Shore Acres either lost everything during Helene or they are now gone, heeding the warnings and the evacuations there from Hurricane Milton. Thank goodness St. Pete PD is out there making sure their homes are safe in the middle of this storm. Now, just a little bit ago, we heard from FEMA as well, the director from FEMA. Let's go ahead and listen into that.
Hurricane Milton is going to be a deadly and catastrophic storm. It will bring massive storm surge, high winds, and severe flooding as it moves across the state of Florida. I will be traveling back to Florida today so I can be side by side with the governor and his team to ensure seamless support for the state. And I will remain there for the coming days to assess the impacts and prioritize the federal resources that will be moving into the area. But please continue to listen to your local officials for further direction on what you need to do to be safe where you are right now. I have been in contact with Governor DeSantis, Mayor Castor, Mayor Welch, and Mayor Dyer, as well as tribal nations in the state over the last few days to ensure they have the resources they need to save lives as this massive storm makes landfall.
And with that in mind, they do need the resources, and they're preparing for this storm as well. We are getting an update right now from the city of Tampa. Mayor Jane Castor is there at the podium. Let's listen in.
Probably sooner rather than later. And so those individuals that are making those last minute preparations, put a move on it and go ahead and get out of those evacuation areas. We did have an incredibly high demand on gasoline, but the port has been refilling those gas stations as quickly as possible. Some of the gas stations were empty in my neighborhood last night, and they were all open again this morning. And so you should be able to get fuel to get out of town. The roads look pretty clear right now. You don't have to go far, as we have said before. You just have to get out of the way of that storm surge. That storm surge is still the biggest issue that we're looking at. Any of you who went through Hurricane Helene, that was 4 to 6 feet, and that was more devastation than I've seen in my life. So Milton is bringing the possibility of bringing twice as much storm surge here, from 12 to 15 feet. That is something that is historical, not only for our community, but really for our nation. So we just can't, we have no other way of underscoring the severity of that storm surge. So make sure you're taking care of yourself, you're taking care of your loved ones as well. We have had enough advanced warning that we should not have any deaths as a result of this storm. Neighbors help neighbors. We have transportation solutions. If you can't get out of a certain area, we can send someone to get you. The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan. He has been rescued and he is now in a shelter as well. So if we can get Lieutenant Dan to go to a shelter, we can get anybody to do that. So please, 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 we have open shelters, we have transportation, we have what you need to get out of harm's way. You just need to take that step. We are prepared here. Our solid waste is still picking up that road debris. We're not going to be able to get, household debris. We're not going to be able to get to all of it, but they have picked up probably 70 to 80% of it. And just to put it in perspective, they have done in 2 weeks what normally takes 3 months or more to get done. So they are out there in this weather doing what they can all the way up to the last minute. And I believe it was 26,000 cubic yards of debris. So doing their best on that. As I said, they're going to stop with the collections today. Sandbag sites, locations are closed. The city garages, again, we're leaving those open. You don't have much time if you don't do it in the next hour or so. You can put your electric vehicles up high. Make sure you are elevating all those electric batteries, electric items as well, because you know those batteries, once they start on fire, they cannot be extinguished. And we lost a lot of houses in the last storm based on that. So thank you all. I have never seen an evacuation of this magnitude, and our community has responded and responded very, very responsibly. So thank you for that. We are prepared for the storm. Worst case scenario is it is a bit north of the Tampa Bay area. Best case scenario is it is a bit south, but that is still not a good scenario. This is going to be a storm of historic proportions with wind, water, and rain. But we will get through this together, and we will come back stronger. Now I'd like to have comments from the Chair of City Council, Guido Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So, as the Mayor said, time is of the essence. The window for evacuation is closing. As the wind speed pick up, you'll see the bridges shutting down, which will be announced this afternoon at some time. As the storm continues to approach us, it is picking up speed. It's expected to make landfall sooner than we originally thought. So if you are in an evacuation zone, this is a matter of life and death. Think about yourself. Think about your family. Keep yourself safe. We will get through this together. What is good to know is that we have a great team here at the City of Tampa. TPD is on standby, Tampa Fire Rescue is on standby, and so many other partners ready to assist in the recovery once this storm passes through. But in the meantime, we have to hunker down. We have to take all the precautions possible, not take anything for granted, because this is very serious. This is historically significant, and it could change Tampa as we know it. So we have to take all safety precautions and not take anything for granted. Having said that, I'd like to bring up Tampa Fire Chief Barbara Tripp.
Thank you. As the mayor and councilman has stated, you know, the message we're trying to get out to everyone is about the evacuees. You know, we want to thank the community for actually taking heed. We want to thank law enforcement, you know, for taking their time going door to door to make sure we continue to protect our community. And most of all, we want everyone to be safe. So once again, if you are in those evacuation zones, we want you to make sure you get to a safe place. We have shelters throughout the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County. We will do everything we can to assist you to get to those shelters so you can be secure until the storm comes through. As the mayor stated, we're going to have wind, rain, we're going to have storm surge. Hurricane Helene presented some challenges, and a lot of people was affected by it, and we don't want that to take place with Hurricane Milton. Just to let you know, Tampa Fire Rescue is prepared. We do not abandon any fire station.
All right, we wanted to listen in for the police chief there, but we do have a tornado warning in effect now that we've got to get to.
Yeah, that's in Highlands County. We just sent out that alert, a tornado warning issued for Highlands County until 12:30. What are you guys seeing over there in the Weather Center?
All right, guys, so we've got it's actually a tornado warning for 12 o'clock for Glades County that goes into Highlands County. So technically, you can see where Lake Placid is here. The tornado is down here in Glades County and it's moving into Highlands. This is the area of concern. So not quite into the county, but you see this red polygon, that is the alerted area. That's where we have the severe thunderstorm, the tornado warning, and that's where we are watching for it. Now, it's tough to see from this vantage point, but this is it here. This is where we're seeing the rotation. The history of these today have been decent. I mean, I'd say decent tornadoes, but I mean structure-wise, the pictures we've seen from one over near Fort Lauderdale was a strong-looking tornado. And so there's no doubt that this is producing a tornado here. What we don't know is it's actually touching the ground, and we think that it likely will. They'll skip, and they'll move to the north and the east. As far as looking at whether or not we have debris in the air, we're kind of far out from our radar site to be able to see it. But this is the area that we're watching. And we are expecting to see this continue to move. That is a very good look at it. Now, this is going to move to the northwest around 50 miles per hour. So that's going to put it up into eastern parts of Highlands County. And that will be generally right around, let's say, Highland Park Estates at 12:19. So we've got 26 minutes before that happens. Sebring Regional is not until about 12:30. That's if it holds together. Typically, when we're watching these things in hurricanes, they don't last very long. They'll last 10 minutes tops, and then the warning will be dropped because the rotation goes away. These have been different. These have been stronger cells. They're more what we call discrete cells. They're these just big individual cells. This one here, that's our warning. There's another one out here. This is all Lake Okeechobee, you can see right here.
I just want to read something off to you guys quickly. So this tornado warning at 11:35, it is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that was located just offshore near Lakeport. It's moving northwest, like Bobby was mentioning, at 35 miles per hour. So this is a particularly dangerous situation. We want you to take cover. And also, another thing to think about, it's not in your county yet, so just make sure you're getting ready for this. It's headed your way, like Bobby was saying. Bobby?
So these things are going to pick up a little bit in time here, especially along our west coast. These will be skirting along our eastern counties, Highlands County, I think southeast Polk County eventually will get into this, so you want to be ready. What you want to do in an event of a tornado is you need to be the bottom of your house, the bottom floor, not upstairs. You don't want to be outside at all, of course. Put as many walls between you and the outside world, okay? You don't want to be in a car. A car is not a safe place. They're the first things that get tipped over. You don't want to be in a mobile home. So most areas are not quite under a tornado warning at this point, but we'll have a decent chance throughout the afternoon and early evening hours. So have a plan now if something like this comes towards your area, because you're going to have to know where you want to go if it does end up giving you a tornado warning. Don't forget you can get our app too, because what you can do is stream our coverage there on the app. And so when you go into your safe room, you can watch it right there on your phone, and we'll give you the all clear. Again, technically not in our area right now. This is way down here in Glades County, but you can see it does really have a big rotation in it, and that's green and red. That's essentially what's happening right there. Those it's Doppler radar, right? And what Doppler radar does is it measures the motion of the raindrops. It sees a bunch of raindrops here, and it comes back and says, by the way, all these raindrops that are in red, they're moving away from the radar. And all these raindrops in green are moving towards the radar. And then they color code it as to how fast they're going. So you've got bright green, you've got bright red. That means you've got rotation right there, and that means you've got pretty good speed as well. And you know, you can kind of look at this and just see the hook echo that we have right there and know that you've got something there. So Lake Placid right now, you're fine. You are in the warning, but right now it's not anywhere near you. But let me just track this for you, give you a little bit faster than what it is. Let's do just for Lake Placid. That would be there around 12:28. So we've got over a half an hour before that we'll get there. Bigger picture over on the West Coast, we've got some here, and this is down towards Boca Grande, Siesta Key, Sanibel. But these are the ones that we got when we were going through Helene and through Debbie. And these will move off towards the north, and eventually we'll end up getting a tornado warning likely for southern Sarasota County. There's the rotation that we're seeing in this one right here. Let me get this here, right in there. So this has just come across Sanibel, likely as a water spout, and will continue to move off towards the north. That particular warning does not reach any of our area yet, but you can see it's right at the bottom there of Boca Grande and just about up to Port Charlotte. So Sarasota, we're looking good. They're really filling in this here, but they're giving another warning now for this cell here. That takes it up to the southern part of Highlands County. And then you can see that's the Highlands County line right there. So again, that cell is still not in the area right now. I'll put this into motion for you. You can see them drifting north-northwestward. And if you notice, this is part of that outer band there. And then these are what I call stragglers. These are actually the ones that are probably more dangerous than anything else just because they're big storms way out ahead of it. Once we get into this core here later, we won't have as big a chance for tornadoes. So what we're seeing right now is this band, and these outer cells here are our best chance, I think, through the whole time that we're going to be dealing with Milton here. So tornado warning until 12 o'clock here. Guys, we're going to keep an eye on it. I'll go ahead and toss it back over to you right now. Once this gets into Highlands County, it's going to go just to the east now of Lake Placid. That's this first one that's right here. And then the second one is going to end up coming up closer to Lake Placid. So we're going to have to watch that one. This one, I'll go ahead and track that for you. This one is Lake Placid ETA would be right around 12:47. So we've got some time. I'd say between 12:30 and 12:40, we'll be watching Lake Placid. Guys?
All right, thank you, Bobby D. We say good day, and here we go again. Two major storms in as many weeks. First Helene, now Milton. Thank you for joining us. I'm Frank Wiley.
And I'm Sarah Rosario. We have been watching, and many people worrying about the storm. Some people calling it the storm of the century. We haven't seen something like this in quite some time in the Tampa Bay area, and we're keeping you prepared and informed on what you need to know. Now, time is running out to either get prepared or get out of the way as the storm heads our way.
No doubt. Time is tight. Right now, we are waiting on St. Pete's Mayor Ken Welch to give us an update on the situation there in the Pinellas County area. We've been giving you updates throughout the morning.
Yeah, and we're also going to be giving you live information from our reporters who are out on the scene. We do want to give you 3 things you need to know right now. Just coming up within the last hour, Skyway Bridge is now closed.
Yeah, we know that happens when sustained winds are at 45 miles per hour. Of course, with the category of storm that we're talking about with Milton, that was going to happen at some point. That time is now.
Yeah, and we're going to be keeping you updated on our other Bay Area bridges. The Howard Franklin and Courtney Campbell Causeway typically close when winds reach 45 miles an hour. That's the Gandy Bridge as well. So Gandy and the Howard Franklin typically close when wind speeds reach 45 miles per hour or if water is approaching the bridge. Courtney Campbell Causeway will keep you updated on that as well.
Yes, we will. We'll be doing this throughout the day. I want to do this right now, though. I want to show you a shelter in Venice as loads of people are there unpacking peaking right now, heeding the warnings, obviously this right here, earlier this morning.
Have a good one. Yeah, you can see people getting their bags out of their trucks. This is exactly what officials want you to do. If you live in Sarasota County, you're expected to get some big impacts from the storm, and Venice is obviously one of those areas in Sarasota. So it's good to see people heeding the warnings. Lots of local officials telling us people are doing what they need to do.
And people are bringing their pets along as well. You heard that sound. Earlier this morning, the governor saying 31,000 people filling the shelters across the state, room for 200,000 people across Florida. So you would imagine many people have actually evacuated, heeding the warnings, or they are staying with a loved one or a friend someplace else.
And we're seeing more shelters across our area opening up in Hillsborough County as well, in Pinellas County. The Emergency Operations Center having press conferences in both areas today, letting us know how urgent it is for people to get out. And even if you have a loved one who says, hey, we want to ride out the storm, and they live in one of those areas that is vulnerable, they're saying maybe call an Uber or a Lyft now while you can, and really encourage your family to get out.
Yeah, but the ponding on the roads, that now becomes an issue. Want to go a little bit farther south of where we are right now in Manatee County. Bradenton, to be specific there, and a much different situation there for you, Jen Titus, because I can hear the wind kicking up right there.
Yeah, it's kind of been constant at this point, Frank. We're finally seeing some heavier rainfall and that wind starting to pick up. It's been a kind of a continuous rain all morning long, and it's just getting heavier and heavier. And we expected that. As the day goes on, these conditions are going to continue to deteriorate. And I can tell you basically every single building is closed. There is not an open business in sight. You got boards, you got sandbags down here, and as we walk, you'll just see that there's nothing open. There's hardly anybody on the roads, and this is good news, guys. People are actually heeding the warnings. I spoke to a deputy and I said, do you think people actually evacuated? He said, we do. Helene is still fresh on so many people's minds that they saw the damage storm surge can do. And with these storm surge levels so high, people are not taking a chance. So thankfully, guys, they are heeding the warnings here where there is mandatory evacuations in Zone A, Zone B, and Zone C for Manatee County.
All right. Thank you, Jen Titus, reporting live for us.
All right. Want to take you to this news conference I mentioned just a few moments ago. Mayor Ken Welch with St. Pete. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Shelter as the storm passes and take action now. When significant sustained winds arrive, our first responders will not be able to respond to calls for help until after the storm moves through our area. The county has opened additional shelters in St. Pete at New Heights Elementary School and Fairmont Park Elementary as well. Shelters will not turn you away and are open for you as a safe place to be during this hurricane. If you need assistance getting to a shelter, please call the County Information Center at 727-464-4333. That's 727-464-4333. Please check disaster.pinellas.gov for the most updated list of shelters and their occupancies, and use the resources available to you. It could be life-saving. I want to talk about services. I want residents to be prepared that services like water, sewer, and electric service may be offline for an extended period following Hurricane Milton. Because of the sustained hurricane-force winds, we are expecting extensive damage to our infrastructure, including widespread power outages that may not be restored for days or for weeks, depending on the level of damage. The city does not, however, have plans to preemptively shut down drinking water, but we may need to take down the wastewater facilities depending on the level of storm surge and related damage. The decision to bring those facilities offline will depend on how long staff can safely remain on the premises at those facilities. When the winds and water start to pick up, we will need to protect our staff and remove them from those facilities. Staff will return to the plant as soon as it is safe to do so after the storm has passed. Now, these potential impacts to our water, power, and transportation systems are the reason that everyone should have a disaster supply kit to sustain you for at least 7 days. This is the reality of a direct hit from a powerful hurricane in our area. This is not a storm that we will recover from quickly. We have a long road ahead of us, but we will recover and we will rebuild together. We will all need to be patient and help our neighbors and our family members. But for the next several hours, our focus is to keep everyone safe, and we can do that. Once again, I'm urging everyone to take the storm seriously. It is quickly approaching, and the window to prepare is closing very quickly. We only have a matter of hours at this point. Our city team will be here before, during, and after the storm. We're staffing the EOC at full capacity for the next 24 hours, and we will be here to manage the recovery of our beautiful city after the storm. I'll now turn it over to Yolanda for a Spanish translation, and she'll be followed by Amber. Yolanda.
El huracán Milton se acerca rápidamente a nuestro estado y espera que toque.
Okay, you just heard from St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch giving us an update on the situation. They're echoing the same message that's been shared with leaders across the Bay Area and beyond. Take action now. Also saying first responders will not be able to help until after this massive storm passes.
A message we've been hearing from all local officials across our Bay Area counties that are expected to get impacts from Milton. He's also saying some new shelters are available for people who need them. And he's giving a number that you can call. Let's say you don't have any transportation to get to the shelter. He says you can call 727-464-4333, and you should be able to get help you need, but you need to do so now as the window is closing for when we expect a big impact from the storm.
Yeah, we just threw that number right there up on the screen for you, just in case you need that for your safekeeping. Also, making mention of this right here. We have a long road ahead of us, but he also used this word. He used it 2 weeks ago, too. Be patient. I want to show you this right here because here's another concern right there in the St. Pete area. As you're driving by the Trop, you probably noticed those cranes, right, Sarah?
Yes, I mean, you can see 3 areas of concern right now. A warning for neighbors in St. Pete. And the mayor also telling us about falling cranes is a big concern for people who live near these 4 construction sites. That's at the addresses that you see there on your screen.
Yeah, no doubt. 400 Central Avenue, 1000 First Avenue, 275 First Avenue North, and 101 Main Street. So, of course, you have to be concerned about that with these high winds that we're talking about.
And if you live near those sites, it may be too late to leave, so they recommend you stay away from your windows until the storm passes. Find an innermost part of your home, a closed area, a smaller one, so you can stay away from the debris that could be coming potentially if one of those cranes impacts your home.
Yeah, Sarah, that debris, of course, could become a projectile. I want to do this right now because we have reporters spread out across the area so that we can bring you the story. I want to go to Miranda Parnell. I understand that she's in Gulfport. Let's see what she's talking about out there.
You might not be able to hear it fully in the background, but Gulfport Police Department has been playing this message all day long. They're riding around the city, letting people know that it is time to evacuate. It's past time to evacuate. This is one of those mandatory evacuation zones, and they have been working throughout the day to clear this place out, playing this message. We talked to one officer who said they're still dealing with issues from Helene. Like this boat here. This is one of the boats that washed onto the shore all the way nearly onto the sidewalk after that hurricane. And now we're dealing with an even more powerful storm that is headed straight our way. So they're asking people to, if you haven't left already, please leave. They're also asking people, especially folks who live on the boats, to go ahead and get to safety. They have expanded shelters in Pinellas County. They have added more shelters. They say that they know that enough people aren't there. We talked to emergency management officials this morning, and they're begging people to come inland. They say you don't have to go to Georgia, you don't have to go to Alabama, South Carolina to get safety from this storm. You just need to move inland. So if you are in these mandatory evacuation zones, you need to get that way. We have seen a couple people out here, a lot of them just making those last few minute preparations before they head out, but some of them trying to ride out the storm. They are begging you not to do that, not to play around with this storm. There's all kind of debris out here, not just the boats. Anything could be blowing around. So even if you're trying to be a looky-loo, they have asked you not to do that. You don't want to step outside during this storm trying to get your TikTok video or something that'll make you go viral. Your life is not worth that. We're about to get out of here soon because the wind gusts are picking up and it's not going to be safe for us much longer. So in Gulfport, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
And to her point, officials have been saying for some time now, stay out the way.
Yeah, that's right. And we want to get another check in Sarasota, where the barrier islands have been closed, access to them. You'll find police at the entrance to the John Ringley Causeway and all the other areas that you can find access to the beach, as people are not allowed to get in. But if you're trying to get out, that is available. We want to send it now to our Rob Hackford, live from Venice, with the latest there. Rob, what can you tell us?
Yeah, guys, we've really felt the wind pick up here. It's starting to blow sideways, spray you in the face. We've even been able to see the bands of Hurricane Milton overhead with quite a bit of lightning as well. So conditions here have certainly worsened over the past hour. We've been out since 1 a.m. And as you would expect, as this moves closer to shore, you can tell things are picking up here and conditions have certainly worsened. Very few cars on the road, not advised to be on the road at this point. We're actually undercover right now at the hotel we're staying at, just off I-75, a little further inland. But a lot to monitor and to see, even in just this small area. The trees really starting to whip up as well here. We were at a shelter earlier where some folks were heading out to. You guys mentioned as well that shelter is now closed. They're sending people within this area in Sarasota County to different locations. So if you are still seeking shelter, now is the time to act. Noon was that time. We're recommending folks to get out of their homes if they needed to evacuate, if they were in that mandatory zone. And you can just tell from what you see around us here, this is why. As things get worse on the roads, you will not be able to see as it gets darker, especially and as the wind picks up here. It is unsafe to be outside, again, hence why we're undercover here at our hotel. So for now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. We're going to see cover here in just a second as it continues to whip up and figure out a safe point as well to head down to Venice Beach, potentially, with some of the wave action down there. Again, safety going to be the key here.
Undercover and staying out of harm's way. Thank you, Rob. Get to safety.
Well, now we want to send it over to our meteorologist, Bobby Deskins, our chief meteorologist, with the latest on the storm's path and what we can expect. Hey, Bobby.
I want to get you updated on that tornado warning that we have into Highlands County, because we're starting to see a lot of spin. In fact, if you look at, we've got our little storm trackers on here, and the radar itself, the software actually can tell you where it sees rotation, and we're starting to see a whole lot of that. Warnings are out here south of Highlands County right now. We've got some rotation off of Hudson, although that is moving more to the north-northwest, just barely, so I think most of that will stay just off the coast. Let's get in here just a little bit more, because basically the warnings now are all right along our southern area here. So there's Lake Placid. There's the cell that we're watching. I think this actually ends up just to the east of Lake Placid. Great news there. But you can see we've got the second cell that's down here, still not in Highlands County. We'll start tracking that when it gets closer, but that one's going to be closer to that 27, I think that is, and then right into Lake Placid. So that's the one more that we want to watch. Looking at what we call the velocity, this shows us that spin in the atmosphere, the reason why the warning. You can see the one that we've been tracking here east of Lake Placid is not looking as impressive, but the one that's a little bit further to the south really does. You can pick it out yourself right there. You see that? These colors right in here, that blue and then that red. That's showing the rotations just going just like this. All right, so there's 27. 27 comes up here, then kind of goes to the north and the west and goes right into Lake Placid. This is a half an hour away from Lake Placid, okay? At least this particular cell. Let's come back out here. Here's the center. The hurricane force winds, they go out 35 miles from the center. All right? Not terrible, but that will actually spread out a little bit. So that swath of wind is going to be probably about 40 miles or so as it comes on shore later tonight. You can see I put the center track in. Again, I don't really like doing that, but when we're watching it on radar, I do that because then I can see if it's jogging north or south of this line, and then we get a better idea where it's going to impact along the coast. But I wanted to show you this because tropical storm force winds go out from the center 175 miles. So let's track that now because that's just about getting to the coast. The coast itself is about 118 miles. So yeah, we're getting it. A lot of these winds are stretched out to the north here, but we're at the point now where the wind should start picking up throughout the day today, and we'll start seeing those gusts easily. Well, we've already seen some in the 40s, but easily start seeing gusts in the 40s with sustained winds in the 20s and the 30s, and then just increasing as we go through the evening hours. So let's go back out real fast to our tornado warnings. I wanted to kind of sum those up for you, and then we'll get back to the news. But we've got the main one in Highlands County now, just getting ready to cross into the county border, but it's right here. Okay, that's it. This is going to go, I think, even east of Sunvale. It's going to be close, but mainly up towards Plains. And then you've got Coleman, you've got Sebring to the north, Lake Placid here. All of these areas should be in the clear. Lake Placid, you are right now, but I want to make sure because this is going to go to the northwest at around 30. I'll track it a little bit faster than that. It's going to be over towards Marland, towards Plains around 12:38. We're at 12:15 right now. So what's that, 23 minutes or so. And then up towards Sunnyland School around 12:42. That's if it holds together. Typically, they're a little bit weaker. These have not been weaker. These cells are bigger thunderstorms. And the bigger the thunderstorm, the better usually the structure, which means the longer that these things can hold on. And so those ones we really want to watch. If we actually look at the cloud tops here, get some indication that, yeah, see, that's a tall one there. And generally, you know, it's not a lot of people may not know. I mean, that cloud top's up there at 47,000 feet. If you look at the cloud tops in most of hurricanes, 30,000 feet. You're flying higher than that when you're flying on most passenger airlines. All right, summertime thunderstorms that we get here in the Tampa Bay area, in Central and South Florida, were around 47,000 feet. They can get even bigger than that. That is more of a thunderstorm versus the rain that we're going to see. In fact, let me just zoom out here a little bit and show you what the rest of the hurricane looks like. And this is basically showing you the top of the hurricane, just how big it is. And you can see how much taller those are. The darker reds is what you're looking at, and then look at this, right around that eye wall. That's why it's so important to know where that eye wall is going to go. Those are the bigger thunderstorms that are in it. In fact, those are 50,000 feet right now, and they're going to be producing some lightning as they get closer to land, too. We'll have to watch that. This will also give you an idea of where the strongest winds are on the northwest side and then right here on the north side. We can't see the southwest side just yet on radar. It will be a couple hours before we really get a better picture of that. But we do see that we've got obviously the highest storms around the center, and we expect that. Let's go out here, bigger picture. As far as talking about flood watches and warnings, the green that you see here, these are all river flood warnings that are occurring right now, the rivers that have been running high. What you want to focus on, too, is this red that's here. This is a flood watch for everybody. That means we think we're going to see some flooding, and that will actually should extend to the north because I think they're going to see a little bit more rainfall than what we're going to see along the track. It looks like the center line of the storm, and then wherever it goes to the north, we'll see the most rain, and we're already seeing that. You can see Tampa, Pasco, Hernando. This will be the heaviest rain, essentially, for parts of Sarasota County. We're getting it right now, some thunderstorms as well. And then this batch, as it drifts northward, has a decent chance of producing tornadoes. So if you're in eastern Manatee, Lakewood Ranch, Duet, you're down in the eastern Sarasota County, Northport area especially, right? And then you get out east towards Wauchula, Arcadia, Harding and DeSoto counties, have a plan. Know what you would do in case you get a tornado warning. We've got one now that comes up here just about to Northport. We're going to get that extending into our neck of the woods here, likely in about 25 to 30 minutes or so if that holds together. There's a pretty decent chance that it does. Most of these stronger cells will stay mainly to our east. I do think they clip Avon Park, Frostproof, Westgate River Ranch. Awesome little place out there in southeastern Polk County. I think they need to watch out for these cells, and that's going to be more like 45 minutes or so before that even gets there. So they may not hold together as tornadoes, but that certainly is the case. The tornado watch, this big box you see here, whatever, I don't even know what time that goes through. It doesn't really matter because they'll keep it in effect all the way through. I expect this through about 9 o'clock tonight. That will likely get pushed a little bit further to the north. So you say northeastern Polk County, Haines City, you're kind of on the border. I think you have a tornado chance later this afternoon into the evening hours as well. So everybody really from I-4 southward is going to watch a decent chance to see tornadoes today. And again, it'll be in that main line. Once we get closer to the center, we still have some rain bands, but a little less chance for tornadoes, and then we have to really watch this eye. That's the business end right there of the storm. All right, let's reset here. By the way, don't forget you can get our app. It's free. Get it. It actually really helps you out because you can download that, and then when you lose power later tonight, if you lose power, if that phone's charged up and you've got cellular service, you can watch our coverage. You can get our warnings. We're sending out alerts on that as well. So even if I'm not covering exactly what you want to cover, if that alert comes to you, there'll be the data right in there. So it's a great thing to have. It's absolutely free, and it'll help you. So I do recommend you do get that. Winds right now, we're starting to see them pick up, of course, and you can see obviously down here, this is associated with that band of storms that's producing a couple tornadoes, really waterspouts down to the south. And so as the rain bands come through, the winds will pick up. Then after the rain band goes through, it'll drop down a little bit. Another rain band will come through, and it'll pick up even higher. And that process will continue to get more and more and more wind as we go through the next several hours through 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight. All right, we've seen gusts in St. Pete at 44 miles per hour, 39 in Clearwater, 30 in Tampa. 20-mile-per-hour gusts right now in Wauchula, and out towards Winter Haven's been about 30. But, I mean, we've got winds blowing out of the northeast at 10 miles per hour right now in Citrus County. Citrus County, this is not a major hurricane for you. It's this area from Tampa, Pinellas, Sarasota to Venice, straight across. That's going to get the worst weather from this one, and that's just the wind and the rain. The rain will go a little bit further to the north, but then we've got the surge in here. 8 to 12 in Tampa Bay, 10 to 15. Sarasota, we're talking Longboat Key, Siesta Key, all the way down towards Venice. Guys, we'll keep an eye on these tornadoes for you and break in from time to time and give you an update on that.
Oh, we know you will. Wind, water, rain, all of the symptoms of trouble on the way.
Yeah, and we want to keep you updated with what you can expect all across our Tampa Bay area. We've been checking in with our reporters, and we want to give a live report right now, go live to our Angelicia Bruton, who joins us live from Hernando County. Angelicia, we just heard a press conference within the last hour from officials telling us that they are expecting flooding this weekend, but you're already seeing impacts from that storm there right now.
Yeah, Pine Island is known for flooding during a storm, and that's why they want people in this area to evacuate. This is a mandatory evacuation area. You can see that it's already flooding, and there's only one way in and one way out of this community. I've noticed that there's still some cars parked at the elevated point of this street here. By, I'd say in a couple hours, this whole area is going to be flooded, and that's why officials want people to leave this area, because once the water rises to an unsafe level, it's going to be hard for them to come rescue people. They could be stuck in their homes for days. And in that press conference, they were also talking about how people could be without power for days. So imagine being stuck in your home and just waiting for someone to rescue you. You might lose power on your phone, might not be able to call for help. So that's why they have several shelters open this time. Yesterday, there were about 300 people at the shelter. During the update today, they said that they had more than 490 people, and there's still more people showing up. But as the weather starts to get worse, they want people to start coming now. People should already be at the shelters as of noon. That's what they were trying to tell people, to get hunker down or go to the shelters by noon today. They've already shut down some resources. The sandbag locations stopped operations around 10 a.m. and they're still transporting people to the shelters, but they say that's only going to be for just a little bit longer as the weather permits. They're hoping people are getting on the roads right now and heading either out of town or to their shelters. Live in Pine Island, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
Where the ground is already saturated from Helene. Less than 2 weeks later, we're dealing with yet another storm, and now the high winds. The debris that you saw on the way to that space right there looks more like a salvage yard, I would imagine.
Yeah, right behind me is Alfred A. McKeithen Park. You probably don't recognize it, but I was just here 2 weeks ago. This yellow post was holding up a beautiful sign that said, "Welcome to Alfred McKeithen Park." That was destroyed in Hurricane Helene just 2 weeks ago, and this area was destroyed just last year from Hurricane Idalia and opened up in March, and they haven't even been open for a year until they had to close again due to repair. So this area has debris all over it. You can see this house right here has debris right outside their home. They've got their windows boarded up, so people in this area are just doing the best they can, but more debris is expected after this storm.
Limiting access to anybody right now that you know of, maybe to people who live to the west of US 19, other areas like Arapika, Weeki Wachee?
I'm sorry, can you ask me that again?
Just wanted to see if they're limiting access to people who live in other parts of along US 19 to the west of US 19 in Hernando County. Or do you know if they're like limiting access to other people who are trying to get in and out?
Right now, they're not. The sheriff did give an update saying that people that live near the Withlacoochee River should expect flooding pretty soon. They expected them to evacuate early as possible because they are expecting a lot of road closures in that area. I was pretty surprised that this area hasn't flooded yet. This area flooded first during Hurricane Helene, and the road was closed before 3.
All right, Angelicia, thank you. We'll let you get to a safer space right there. And as we say all the time, time is tight. I want to show you this right here. If we have the video of the Skyway Bridge, because we mentioned at the top of the hour that bridge is closed, Sarah.
Yeah, so the Sunshine Skyway Bridge is closed right now. If you plan on driving or trying to get through the area, there are alternate ways that you can take. You can take 41 or I-75. Officials, again, closing that bridge because they say it is no longer safe. And this typically happens when winds top 45 miles per hour.
Yeah, we don't want our rescue crews to need someone to rescue them in the midst of this chaos that's going on right now. We know we tell our friends at home to heed all the warnings because of something like that, but the animals that we have really depend on us to take care of them.
That's right. We want to get you video right now of a dog being rescued off of I-75. Take a look at this video. You see the dog.
Yeah.
Oh, so sweet.
So the dog is tied to a pole. Tied to a pole on 75 near Bruce B. Downs Boulevard in Tampa. That was this morning. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Now, they are warning as people evacuate. I know you have a lot on your hands, and maybe you don't know how you're going to take care of you and yours, but if that dog is yours, you are responsible for it. Don't do that.
Yeah, and it's incredible that someone even called this in, that they were able to find a dog right there off of I-75.
Just abandoned.
I know, and also a reminder to stay off the roads. We're thankful that this dog was rescued, but we're already seeing a crash that happened along I-75, ponding along the roadways earlier. And a reminder, if you do plan on driving and you see some officials along the roadways, to move over. It is Florida law. Slow down to 20 miles below the speed limit and move over.
Yeah, you got to move over. Listen, I'm not a dog aficionado, but just seeing the height of that, what appears to be a terrier right there. Thankfully, that dog rescued. You can see the height of the water as we're talking about it coming down. Bobby D, what's the situation on the rainfall right about now?
Well, let's get back out to the tornado warnings because we have a new warning for Highlands County. It's that one cell that I was talking about. The new one is this one right here that extends up towards Lake Placid. The cell is actually down here that we're watching. This is Lake Placid. There's the other one that we were watching. Okay, so it will stay east of 27. This is 27 right in here. It will stay east of there. So if you're in Lake Placid west of 27, you're okay for now, but let me track this new one because the new one, and that's the one that's really been impressive. You can see it there. That one is going to be moving towards, I think, Lake Placid, and it's going to get in there around, what do we got here? It's about 12:52. So we've got about 30 minutes, a little less than that, 25 minutes or so for this to move in there. So if you're in the Archbold area, 12:41, that's what, 15 minutes or so. And then eventually out towards Lake Placid, which is going to be up at about 12:42. This one on the east, let me clear that out so I can show you the other one because it's not as impressive, but it still has rotation, still has the warning. And that one is for planes. That's in far eastern Highlands County, right along 98 here. You need to be in your shelter. Okay, that is what's left of it. It is not looking as good as it did before as far as structure goes. But look, this is way out from the radar too. And so we're assuming Sunvale, I think you would watch that because Sunvale is right about here, and there it is, and it's going to parallel 27 and come right up here near Archbold and then towards Lake Placid. All right, so just now getting the cell entering into southeastern parts of Highlands County. Venus, this is going to be very close. You know what, if you're in the Venus area, especially the crossroads right there, 731 and 27, you want to be in your shelter just to be safe. I do think most of this ends out to your east, but it could be close enough that it even throws debris at this point. The one I saw earlier was a big one that was down towards southeast parts of Fort Lauderdale. Let's recap a bigger picture here and show you where they're all now moving. This is basically the line where we will start taking those red boxes, right? That's the best chance for tornadoes. Those are actual warnings. And that whole area is going to start shifting to the north. So we're going to be watching for possible tornado warnings here over the next couple of hours. Now, let me take you real quick before I let you go back to news. Still nothing over here in Sarasota County. We still have this tornado warning from Bonita Springs up to east of Fort Myers. Port Charlotte's fine now. Northport, we have some viewers out there right around the curve on 75. Fine so far. And good news for you, the bulk of that particular band is now moving through the area, so we might make it unscathed here as far as tornado warnings go for that area of Northport and eastern parts of Sarasota. We'll keep an eye on it. It's this area right in here, out towards Myakka Park, really, that we've seen a lot of the tornadoes recently. But Highlands County, be in your shelter, especially Lake Placid. You've got about 30 minutes of this, really, before it gets in there, say 20 to 30 minutes. I will be back with you. We're going to kind of bounce back and forth, keep you updated on these tornadoes, and we'll be keeping, obviously, a close eye on the center of that hurricane as well.
No doubt, Bobby. You know we'll dip in and out to continue that conversation right there. Meantime, I want to turn to this one because a lot of people will want to talk with these folks. Florida Power and Light, Marshall Hastings on the line with us right now as they are getting crews in place. I bet it seems like they never got a chance to take them out of place dealing with Helene.
Yeah, Marshall, well, thank you for joining us on the phone. What can you tell us about outages across our state and in the Tampa Bay area right now?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. What we really want our customers to know is that we're ready. We're ready to respond. As you mentioned, this storm has grown significantly over the last 24 hours, and this is an area that's certainly well acquainted with storms through Helene, through Debbie before that. So we're ready to respond for our customers. We're expecting, as you guys have covered as well, catastrophic winds, heavy rain. That's going to lead to a lot of significant restoration challenges for our customers, which is going to lead to widespread prolonged outages. But we've got a workforce of more than 17,000 men and women who are here. As soon as it's safe to do so, we're going to be out in full force working around the clock to get the lights back on.
Marshall, 17,000 people there that you are working with to make sure that this is restored. A lot of people have that question, the window of availability and how long they may be without power. Do you have the back end of that window, perhaps, so that maybe that can offer some salve to people out there who are expecting, indeed, to lose power? They don't have generators.
You know, at this point in time, it's just too soon to really give a great definitive answer, and we want to give that answer. We know that for customers, like you said, it's difficult to be without power for any period of time, and they want to know when the lights, when the AC come back on. But we also want to make sure that figure is accurate. So once the storm clears our area, we'll get out, we'll be identifying what the challenges are, some of the issues that are actually causing power outages, and then we're going to be working day and night to get the lights, the AC, the power back on.
How long does it typically take? Would you say it just varies per case depending on how much work it takes, how much damage there is?
Yeah, each storm is different, right? I mean, I was here in Sarasota for Hurricane Debbie, and while that one didn't even make landfall in Sarasota, there was significant flooding from that one. Here we haven't gotten quite as much early rain as we did for Debbie, but obviously this one's making a direct impact here in the Tampa Bay area. So each storm has its unique challenges that are going to be leading to those outages, leading to prolonged outages. But as soon as we can get a good identification of what that restoration time is going to look like, we're going to be providing that to customers. But again, it needs to be accurate. But again, I can't emphasize enough, we are going to be working around the clock once this storm stops to be getting the lights back on.
We hear that message loud and clear. Bobby, you can't see this graphic that, I'm sorry, Marshall, I was thinking about Bobby Deskin saying every storm is different, yes. Right? He's in my line of sight right now, but we also have this graphic up on the screen for folks. You can't see this, but folks at home can. Let us know if there's something we need to add to this checklist. If you lose power, turn off, disconnect electronics to prevent damage out there. Also, leave one light or radio on to alert you when it's restored, and never stand in water. Say that again, never stand in water while operating switches or plugs. Anything you want to throw on that list for us so folks at home can add that to the list?
Yeah, those are great things, but if we've said it a million times, we haven't said it enough. Keep safety top of mind, okay? Mm-hmm. You mentioned not going into standing water. That is obviously important. If they are going to use a generator, never operate that generator indoors. It needs to be outside, away from open doors and windows, right? Just because a storm clears our area does not mean that the hazards have left too. So keeping safety top of mind for our customers is extremely important now and then after Hurricane Milton.
And obviously, Marshall, is there anything else we can do in anticipation of power outages? We always hear to turn off your power, turn off that breaker if you have rising water in your home as well.
I think the big thing is that generator safety, right? A lot of folks, maybe they only pull out the generator once, twice a year. Maybe they might not be super familiar with it every single time they do. Folks on the west coast of the state may be a little bit different. They've been, having to pull that out a couple more times than expected. But making sure that the generator, that you know how to operate it and you're using it safely is really, really important for our customers.
All right, there you have it. Marshall Hastings with Florida Power and Light giving us the very latest on what you need to know as we anticipate power outages, as we track Hurricane Milton and its potential strong impacts across the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, we appreciate Marshall taking some time out. We know obviously these are busy times for him right about now. And if you're just now joining us, we say good afternoon. And yes, here we go again. 2 storms in as many weeks. Hurricane Helene, and now we're dealing with Milton.
That's right. Welcome to the 12:30 hour here at 10 Tampa Bay. This is special coverage for you as we continue to track the storm and the impacts across our area. If you live in a low-lying area, time to get out is now. You still have a couple minutes before we see the worst of the storm.
Yeah, we have 3 things to know as well. If we could pull that up on the screen, I want to show you this right here because this is something you should obviously keep top of mind as you are getting prepared for this storm. Really preparing while we're recovering, but here are 3 things to know right about now. Skyway Bridge now closed, and Sarah pointed this out a few moments ago. Sustained winds above 40 miles an hour. That is the highest height when it comes to bridges right here in the Bay Area, so the winds are higher.
Yeah, the winds are higher, and that does mean that you can still get out if you're trying. If the Sunshine Skyway is normally along your evacuation route, you want to get north away from the Tampa Bay area, you can take 41 or I-75 as ways to still continue your path out of our area.
Also, mass power outages expected. We just wrapped up a conversation right there with Florida Power and Light. Marshall Hastings taking some time out of the day, 17,000 crews scattered across the area to make sure that they can tend to your needs when power is out because they are expecting this problem.
Yeah, he says they're going to be working around the clock to make sure they can get your power restored as quickly as possible. There are things you can do to stay safe when it comes to generators and when it comes to preparing your home as well. We have a lot of that information on our website, 10tampabay.com.
Great resource, and several shelters have reached capacity. We heard from the governor just earlier this morning talking about 31,000 people inside those shelters, space for 200,000.
That's right. And you know what? They do have several shelters that are opening, new ones that are opening up across our area as well. We've been telling you about those throughout the day. In Pinellas County, in Hillsborough County, some new shelters are available for you. So check out our website again, and we'll be listing those.
Yeah, 10tampabay.com, great resource. Get that app as well. It is free. Want to do this check-in with Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins because, Bobby, we were talking tornadoes just moments ago.
Yeah, we're still talking tornadoes. We have both of those warnings out into Highlands County right now. And you can see the area of rotation right here. There's Sylvan Shores. Sebring's up in here. Timing now has Lake Placid around 12:54, so we're getting a little bit closer, about 17 minutes or so from that. Let me get over here. I also want to show you the cell that's now east of Lake Placid. That one, I think, stays to the east. You can see that right in there. That's still a really good signature saying that there's still likely a tornado at least trying to touch the ground. The radar doesn't see the ground. It can't because it would have to go through the trees, right? It goes out at just a little bit of an angle, just like kind of that. So what we're actually seeing is the cloud deck, the lower part of the cloud deck here, and that is indicating a lot of rotation. So whether it's on the ground or not, they can skip. It has a very good chance that it is, and we treat it like it is. Again, you get over here for the second one. That one looks a little bit weaker. Let me kind of come back up here and do this. Yeah, that one is the big one. That's the one that we really need to watch for Lake Placid. So Lake Placid, you want to be in your shelter. Here you are. There's the storm. It's coming right up 27. All right, right up 27. Get ready to cross 70 in just about 5 minutes, less than that, and then eventually up towards Sebring. Now, Sebring, right now you're good. Most of this one's going to stay to the east. I don't think we have a problem with this particular one, but that will get up there. In fact, where was that? That was, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more on this one because that is up there by Plains. And Plains is going to be in very close to this. Cornwall, you'll be okay. You're just to the east. But if you're in the Plains area, obviously in your safe spot. Many walls between you and the outside world. Take this one seriously. The tornadoes that we've seen so far, the videos, have shown some really strong ones, and there's no doubt that that could do the same thing. Now, once this gets north of Plains, it's a really kind of empty area out here. There's not a lot. So that's good news that if we're going to have tornadoes, we have them over very, very rural areas. But Sebring, Coleman, and Lake Placid, that cell's been holding together. It's down to your south. This thing's been holding together for 45 minutes at least. So the odds of it getting all the way and coming up 27 are actually pretty good. And that's just devastating to have it come right up, because this is where all the towns are. So we need everybody from Archbold all the way up into your shelter. Lake Placid, again, you've got about 20 minutes or so. Coleman will have about 30 minutes. Sebring is about 40 minutes. So hopefully over time this will fall apart. But that right there is a very strong rotating thunderstorm. And those are the types that produce tornadoes. That one you can see is a little bit tighter, it's a little bit smaller, but that is going to continue. One last look here at the rest of our watches and warnings. You can see those two that we've been talking about for Highlands County. Over on the west coast, we are looking so far so good. This is down in Port Charlotte. We've got a cell way down here near Fort Myers. We'll see if that holds together. Everything that we've seen so far today down towards, say, on the north side of Boca Grande, on the northeast side of Boca Grande, northeast side of Sanibel, has fallen apart before it got to Port Charlotte and the Northport. Northport's sitting right in here. So far so good there, but this band is the one that we'll be watching for that, and that will move up through our coastal counties of Sarasota and Manatee here over the next hour.
All right, thank you, Bobby. We did just get an alert, if you might have seen it on your cell phone as well. For people who live in Hillsborough County, Hillsborough River at Morris Bridge Road in Zephyr Hills, we're getting an urgent message right now that they're concerned about flooding in that area. So a flood watch has been issued for that area. I'm sure Bobby can give us more information about that as we continue to track this storm, but just wanted to make you aware of that beginning Thursday.
Yeah. Looks like Bobby's honing in on that. We'll get to that momentarily, but
guys, I can jump in here. Those are the river flood warnings.
Okay.
And what happens is we've had heavy rain already, and those flood warnings, those rivers are actually starting to fill up. So now you add a hurricane on top of that, all right, and then you end up seeing more of this rain all kind of filling in. So a lot of these rivers here are already near flood capacity. But what happens with river flooding is it lags. Right? So what will happen the next 24 hours, you'll get this very heavy rainfall coming in. You'll see the parking lots. You'll see your ditch in your yard. You'll see those things fill up quickly. And then you'll notice once the storm moves by overnight tonight, tomorrow, that'll start to slowly drain. Well, all of that is draining into those rivers that are already high. And then those rivers will swell and get even higher over the next 2, 3, even 4 days. Right? So how far do they go? What we call the crest. How high will it go? We'll be finding that out here over the next 3 to 4 days or so. We're not even going to know that right away. We just know that they're all going to most likely get to flood stage. We just don't know exactly how high. I do think that the best chance for the heavy rain, right, see that white line? That is the center line forecast from the Hurricane Center. The best chance for the heavy rain is going to be north of that, along and to the north of that. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you, Bobby. Of course, going to check back in with him momentarily. Yes. Right now, we see what's on the radar, but I want to take you to the ground because Miranda Parnell, we can hear the problem before we see it. The wind has definitely kicked up out there at the St. Pete Pier.
Yeah,
What's the
very
word?
windy and rainy there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Frank, I believe the radar can confirm. I believe Bobby can confirm. You need to listen to the public safety officials. It has been miserable out here. I know folks are out on a leisurely stroll. If you haven't left yet, you need to hurry up and get to the shelters and move inland if you don't have a safe place to be. There's a reason these are mandatory evacuation zones. And if this is what the preview looks like, if this is what a taste of it is, I thank God that my shift's about to be over, and I hope that it's passed by the time I have to clock back in, because it's truly miserable out here. We've been out here so long, my fingers are starting to prune, and this is St. Pete Pier. You know how the pelicans are normally just chilling in the water out here by the pier? It's not happening today. Sometimes you gotta look at what the animals are doing and take heed. I'm a Carolina girl, so we take note of the animals, and sometimes they can indicate if you don't wanna listen to Bobby, you don't wanna listen to the public officials, sometimes they can let you know when you might need to seek higher ground. But again, this is the time. I'm sure a leisurely stroll sounds nice, but it's time to go indoors. You don't want to be out in this, and you definitely don't want to be caught out in this in an emergency situation. Same thing if you're with your home. If it's in a mandatory evacuation zone, it's pretty simple. Evacuate.
Obviously, those folks did not hear the rest of Miranda's report right there.
She's ready to get off. She does not want to be in the middle of the storm, and we don't blame her. Miranda, thank you so much. Such a great job out there, and we're obviously going to make sure she gets to a safe spot.
No doubt, a detailed report right there. We will check in with her in another location.
Yes.
Meantime, I want to get to this right here. We were telling you just moments ago, the Skyway is closed to all traffic, those sustained winds 40 miles and higher.
That's right, and now we're getting an update on some of the other Tampa Bay area bridges in addition to the Skyway. New information just coming into our newsroom about the Howard Franklin Bridge. Limiting some options for people who are trying to get from Pinellas County into Tampa this morning. So if you, this afternoon actually, so if you are trying to, we're just hurrying the westbound, so our options are becoming limited. Skyway, completely closed. Howard Franklin, if you're headed from Pinellas into Tampa. Gandy, same. Pinellas into Tampa. And then the Courtney Campbell Causeway as well is now closed to all traffic westbound. So right now it's impacting the westbound lane. So if you're trying to get around that, we know Tampa Road is an alternate for you as well. 19 is a way that you can head north for drivers. We're getting a look right now outside. This is the Courtney Campbell Causeway.
A soggy look, and it looks like those trees aren't being moved by the wind, but that of course will change because we heard the situation there from Miranda Parnell just a few moments ago, which is why she's moving to another location. Officials telling us a little bit earlier, Sarah, this is the largest mobilization effort in Florida history. Want to do this, go a little bit farther south down to Manatee County where Jen Titus is in Bradenton. Jen, you're under some covering right about now, but we can definitely hear some wind out there. What is the situation where you are? We see some boarded up windows too, previously from Helene.
Yeah, this is it, Frank. People are done with the preparations. Lots of board on all of the windows around pretty much all of the businesses. When you drive down Cortez, you have boards, you have sandbags, you have cars that we have passed that are parked on higher elevation that you can tell people have dropped off just to make sure that their cars are safe for whatever Milton brings, whatever this storm surge gets down here. You can see that wind once again just picking up throughout the morning here. We're seeing more and more stronger wind bursts. We saw a sign kind of going crazy a few minutes ago, so you can tell that that wind is starting to pick up, and that's why they're asking people to, this is it, guys. If you're not at a shelter yet, you're running out of time. Shelters are open. Mandatory evacuation zones A, B, and C. This is a C zone right here. And I know this because my dad literally lives right there. I can see his house from here. I made him evacuate. He's evacuated to a non-evacuation area. And so these are zones that we didn't see being evacuated for Helene. So that just shows you how different this storm is from Helene, even though we saw the damage that Helene brought here to Bradenton Beach and to Anna Maria Island. So people have heeded the warnings, and you can see very little traffic. The traffic we do see are emergency vehicles. But guys, when that wind picks up, those emergency vehicles will be off the road.
Man, Jen Titus there. It's so, thank you so much for everything you're doing. She's telling us about even how she took the extra time, make sure her dad got out of there, and we're making sure that she stays safe as well.
Yeah, be a good neighbor in tough times, right? I want to go a little bit farther away from where Jen is. Not too far, though. I want to talk to Venice Mayor Nick Pachota. Do we have you on the phone right there, Nick?
You do. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you so much for taking some time out. We know it's tough right about now, and you're tending to your residents right there. What is the situation that you're dealing with as we talk about the biggest mobilization effort in the history of Florida? What are you seeing in your neck of the woods?
What I can tell you is, having a lot of experience deploying to these, this is something we've never seen before, and everyone needs to be prepared for a major catastrophic event. The city of Venice is prepared as it's going to be. We're still, as the window narrows, we're still encouraging anyone who is in an A, B, or C evacuation level, please get to a shelter as soon as you possibly can. There's still time. There's still some availability. Now is the time. We want everyone off the road by 1 p.m. today. Utilities will be shut off to the city, so now's your chance to fill up as much water as you can if you still have access to utilities, but they will be shut off here soon, and when that happens, you won't have access to running water.
Nick, what would you say the biggest issue is right now, or the biggest concern for city officials there in Venice?
Our biggest concern is, just making sure that everybody heeds these requests that we keep putting out. We saw a lot more people paying attention yesterday and evacuating as we've been asking, but we still have people here. And once we get to that point where the winds are too high, we can't send rescuers. It's too dangerous to send responders out into the field. So everybody's going to be on their own. They can still call 911 and get some self-aid tips, but there won't be anybody coming to you for a while.
That has been the message shared across the Bay Area right there, Nick. First responders can't get to people because they have to be safe themselves. So we will check back in with you momentarily. Thank you so much for taking time out.
Thank you for your time.
Now we want to get a look at the forecast again with our chief meteorologist, Bobby Deskins. We were talking about the high winds. We saw it with Miranda, and we're also looking at tornado warnings as well.
Yeah, tornado warnings far east. We've got Chris Vickers, meteorologist. Amanda's here as well, and they're watching a close eye on the coastal areas of Sarasota and Manatee, and so far those cells look okay. So our main threat right now for tornadoes is out here near Plains. It's actually west of there, and this one right here near Archbold that's moving off towards the north. So I want to touch base again with these, show you specifically where that rotation is. If you are in Plains, especially just east of town on 98, you are in the clear now, okay? This is north and west of town. If you are in Archbold, you are now in the clear. North of there, Lake Placid, here it is. It's just moments away. It looks a lot weaker than what it did. Very good news there, but it does look like it's going to move up. Now, one of the things we do is we look for debris. This gives us an idea if it's picking up debris. Could be trees, could be branches, could be parts of a house. We don't know. Parts of a barn. Some of this looks like we're starting to see a little bit of debris, especially up into this area here. So what that does, what that tells us is that it's likely touching the ground. Again, because radar's not looking at the actual ground, we can't see if it's a funnel cloud, which means cloud like halfway down, or if it's a tornado going from the cloud all the way down and touching the ground. We're suspecting that these are both tornadoes that have touched down that are looking like they're trying to give us some debris signatures there. The radar is showing just these two cells. You can see this one here and then that one there. The warnings go into effect, what were they here, to 1:30. We're looking at 12:51 right now. That's for the northern one, and we'll keep this one coming in. They might actually extend this one because Lake Placid, this is going to come really close to you, but you're on the north end. Coleman and Sebring not even in a warning right now. You don't have that warning over top of you. Velocity, we can look at it a couple different ways. It gives us a better idea. We've still got a really strong one here on 98 northwest of Plains. So that has not weakened that much. And then you get up to the north of there, we're going to be talking, well, let me zoom out just a little bit here. A very rural area. That's east of Alpine and Nielsen. I think you're going to be fine there. I think that goes off to the north. So actually, even tracking this, it's going to give me a couple things, but it's not going to give me a whole lot. Yeah. So Sunnyland Church, it's right in that area now. You need to be in your safe spot, this 98 corridor here. Now, the 27 corridor here, as you see from Avon Park down the Sebring, still, again, no warning for you yet. We'll see if that cell down to the south wants to maintain and come back. Right now, it still looks pretty good. It's in a little bit of a different area for us. Get back here. Give me the other one. Let's do that. So that's it right there. So this is 27, obviously Lake Placid here. It's going to go just to the west of Lake Placid. It's going to be very, very close and then kind of parallel. You see how 27 kind of goes north-northwest here. I think this is going to do exactly the same thing. Parallel the western side of Highway 27 in central and southern parts of Highlands County and up towards Coleman. Now Coleman, again, not in the warning, but I'll just give you a heads up because we're kind of bouncing back and forth here on this coverage of these storms, but just give you a heads up for timing wise. If you're in that Coleman area, we're talking basically out towards 108 and then up towards Sebring by about 118. So what do we got set? 15 minutes for Coleman and about another 10 minutes after that for the Sebring area. Again, no warnings for you yet. I'll let you know if this does get extended, but it does look like that's part of it. Let's reset with the hurricane, shall we? Here we go now with the very latest. Let me grab a clicker here. We're basically looking at this thing getting closer and closer. It's about 98 miles now from the coast of Sarasota. All right, it's getting close. We've got hurricane force winds going out about 35 miles, so we still got some time for that. But tropical storm force winds are already coming out more than that. So here we go with the forecast track. Down to 125. It's at 145 right now. But the forecast is down to 125 as it makes landfall later tonight. Stays a hurricane. It will weaken, but it'll stay a hurricane. 85-mile-per-hour winds headed over towards Cocoa Beach, Palm Bay area. And then it moves offshore and it'll continue to weaken from that. Forecast models, Tampa here, obviously they are right in that Suncoast area, right? Southern Manatee, Sarasota, maybe a little bit south. We're actually watching it now because the models at this point, they take so long to run, and it doesn't really do us as much good because we can see the Hurricane Center forecast and we can see which way this is going. Now, what's going to happen is you're going to see one of these and you're going to go, oh, it's going north of it, or oh, it's going south of it. It goes like this. It just wobbles. And because we have it on radar, you'll often notice landfalling hurricanes, the track right near landfall does go like this, like that, like this, like that. And that I do expect. I have not seen anything in the modeling that I've looked at to suggest that it's anywhere far off from this area in here. And since we're 6 to 10 hours out, the average error is a lot lower, probably maybe a little bit more than that, but the average error about where this is going to go is a lot lower, so it does look like a Manatee, Sarasota County hit for later this evening. Tornado warnings now, right here from Fort Myers up towards Port Charlotte, not in our area yet, but that's the cell that we're watching. This particular one so far has been behaving well. We like that. The satellite is showing a lot of shear on it. Notice what's happened. There's not as much storminess back out here on the backside. You see it all spreading out to the north and the east? It's been interesting. We've had an area of convection sitting to the northeast of the center for 2 days. For 2 days. It has something to do with some collision of the low that's to the east of it and this wind coming up from the south. But that's over top of us now. And that's beginning to spread these storms that are producing the tornadoes. There's some dry air that's going to get sucked back into the back side of this, and that will help erode this. And then the shear that's kind of pushing to the northeast is helping to weaken it. That's why at 145 now, it was 155 at 11 o'clock, or excuse me, at 8 o'clock this morning, and now we'll go down to 125 before landfall. So that's the track right now. Do expect the heavy rain to pick up. We're not at this point seeing another eye develop. There is actually an eye in there. We can see it on radar, but what I'm talking about is a clear hole there in the clouds, because if we saw that, that would indicate some strengthening. What I do see is a little bit of blue here, a little bit of water. And so you can see how much drier air, at least a little bit, is getting in on the back side of this, and that's what we would expect to happen. That red there is your tornado watch. That will continue through the next several hours. Hurricane warnings continue through the evening hours, guys. Obviously, nothing is going to change with that, especially this I-4 corridor and just to the south, anywhere from Tampa down to Bee Ridge, and take that straight east-northeast across the state. And that's where we're going to see the highest winds from this particular storm. Rainfall, we'll talk about that coming up. We're going to see some flash flooding issues, especially north of I-4 as we go through the evening hours.
Thank you, Bobby. We do want to give you another update on our Tampa Bay area bridges, keeping you informed, prepared, and connected. We know that the Sunshine Skyway Bridge shut down just about an hour ago, and now we're getting an update on several of our other Bay Area bridges. The Howard Franklin Bridge is now closed to all traffic. Gandy Bridge is open for drivers headed from Tampa into Pinellas, but again, that is not advised to be headed eastbound. It is closed westbound for drivers headed from Pinellas into Tampa, and then actually, it's opposite. So if you're going to be headed westbound to the beaches, it is closed right now from Tampa into Pinellas, and Gandy, the same thing. From Tampa into Pinellas, those bridges are closed. Eastbound to get out of the area,
No
you have
doubt.
options.
Information just now coming down. Want to do this. Want to take you to Tampa to check in with Jenny Dean to see the situation there, Jenny. We're not hearing as much wind as we heard with Miranda Parnell's live shot, but we are certainly hearing something picked up there with your microphone. What's the word?
So we're at the convention center downtown, and we are under cover right now. That's why you're not hearing it. I'm not standing right out in the wind, not near the water. I'm going to step aside here so my photographer, Sasan, can show you. If you just look, this is really the worst we've seen since we've been on since 1 o'clock this morning. The rain bands are really starting to come through, and you can really see the wind blowing there in the channel, and you can see the rain hitting that. And now, we aren't seeing high water yet. That is the good news for downtown Tampa. We've been all over, down by the Riverwalk. We were in South Tampa a little bit. So at least for now, we've been okay. But this is the time, and this is the worst that it's been, that you really need to stay where you are, shelter in place. It's really not a time to be out on the roads. We are about ready to finish up our shift here and head to our safe place right at the storm. They'll be back with you in the early morning hours. But just wanted to make sure that you know that we're with you the whole step of the way. You can stay with 10 Tampa Bay. We're going to have crews out, staying safe, of course. And that's like what I'm doing right now, is staying under a structure that has a roof so that we don't have to be out there risking any debris flying at us. So, and that's really what we're trying, as a news crew, we tell you to stay safe. We're trying to do the same thing and still show you what it looks like out here. The sheriff says that they are ready in Hillsborough County, and so does the city of Tampa, that after this storm and the worst of it, if there are any rescues or anything that they need to do, they will be getting out and doing those rescues. A lot of the shelters have filled up. I think a lot of people got nervous when they started really seeing the forecast today. You might have a few more minutes if you are really reconsidering your decision to ride out this storm in a mandatory evacuation zone. It's still getting dangerous to be out on the roadways. There is gas. It's scarce. We did find some over on 41, but that's few and far between right now. So hopefully you don't have to go out and get that either. They're ready for this. This is what, Tampa has been practicing for over 100 years. We've had all these near misses, and this is the time that we all have to step up. We all have to help each other get through this. Because while the storm itself is scary, we don't know what the aftermath is going to look like, and we're going to need to let those first responders come in and do their job. So you're going to need to stay where you are until you're given the all clear. So when we say stay there and ride out the storm, we mean ride out the storm and then some, because if you start getting out in your cars, if you start getting out, there's going to be trees down, likely power lines down, and it could be an extremely dangerous situation. And then emergency crews have to respond to you instead of getting things cleared up for everyone. So I think that's just the best advice right now. Stay where you are. You can keep an eye on the news. We're going to do our best to stay safe and still show you the conditions. And really, we're all just hoping for the best here. Frank and Sarah.
All right, Jenny Dean said it right there. No doubt we are riding with you through yet another storm. And if you're just now tuning in with us, your time now 1:01 in the afternoon. We know you appreciate this situation, getting you all the information. We're keeping you informed, prepared, and connected. I'm Frank Wiley.
And I'm Sarah Rosario. We know you want to know where the storm is and how does it impact where you live or where people you love live. So we want to get a check on the forecast with Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins with more on an important update, a tornado warning, a new one.
Yeah, I want to get you back into this tornado warning because we have some changes there. Let's get out to Highlands County. We now have a tornado warning that does include Coleman, Sebring, and up to Avon Park. It's the same cell that I was tracking for you, but they extended it. This is the one that's going east of you. That's okay now. It's north of 98. So Plains, you're in the clear. Lake Placid, it's right in this area, right in here, and it's going to be moving up. Let me get down a little bit further to the south here. It's really tough to see on this particular radar. But that cell is likely producing a tornado. Everyone that we've seen out there today has had very impressive signatures on the radar, and we've seen quite a few pictures coming in of good structured, what we call mesocyclones, rotating thunderstorms. Wall cloud drops down, and then you see the tornado drop down out of that. Almost textbook. And they're likely having something like this going on in the here. So Sebring, you need to be in your safe spot. That will be moving in. I'm going to go ahead and give you a little bit extra lead time on it. Get it all the way up there towards about 123. We're looking at 102 right now. Avon Park by about 135. All right, that one's out of the way. Now, we've got another serious situation over here it's south of us right now. It's east of Port Charlotte. But this tornado warning's in effect until 1:15, and this is one I want to watch because this, I think, could move into the area. That's what's called a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. And the reason why, you can see this right here, that is a large rotating area right there, west of Tucker's Corner on 31. It's right in this area here, and likely, we got to look for some debris here, and you can see there's something in here. So it's probably picking up some debris. Now look, this is east of 75. Okay, so it's rural here, don't get me wrong, but a lot of the population is sitting right in here. And so if you live in Gilcrest all the way up to Port Charlotte, even in the North Port, you're in the clear from this one, all right? Because this is going to stay east of 75. But it is going to go up to the north, and then we're eventually going to get up into the Myakka Park area here. But Platte, we need to keep an eye on this one. The warning itself now goes all the way up just barely into DeSoto County. You see this south of Arcadia here? So the storm is well down to the south. It's well down to the south, but that is the Arcadia, or excuse me, the DeSoto County line, the southern part. You go up into Arcadia. So if this holds, Arcadia, we're going to need to watch this. Nocatee as well, too. And go figure, right? These were the areas during Helene and during Debbie that saw all of the tornado warnings. So that's a really important one. So back out just a little bit here to the bigger picture. If you're in Sebring, you've got this coming up here. Avon Park, this now goes into Polk County. Tornado warning for you. Be in your shelter. And then this one's about ready to get into DeSoto County. We'll see if it makes it all the way up to Hardy. But big-time thunderstorms surrounding that one as well. Marco Island, even down there with some tornado warnings. I want to take you real fast before I throw it back here out to southeast Polk County to this one, because that one is extended. And that's still got really good rotation. So Avon Park sitting right in here. This is out towards the bombing range. Westgate River Ranch is out here. That is going to be very, very close to those areas. Okay, so keep a very close eye on that. This should stay east of 27. So if you're in Lake Wales, I think you'll be okay. Sebring, you don't have the all clear from the one to your south. You actually need to be in your shelter right now. Lake Placid continues to do that, but you are all clear from this one here. So just stay put in your safe spot in Sebring and in Lake Placid. Let's let this bottom one go through here. It does not look as impressive as it was. And if you're in southern DeSoto County, south of Arcadia, we'll be bouncing back in here and updating you, but keep a close eye on that one, okay? So that's going to give you a tornado warning here, I think, in just the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. May even be sooner than that. Guys?
All right, Bobby, hide from the wind, run from the water.
Yeah, that's right. We want to get you another update in Hernando County, where we have our Angelicia Bruton. She's reporting there for us. There are mandatory evacuation orders in place for Hernando for people who live in zones A, B, and C.
Here in Pine Island, it's a mandatory evacuation zone. You can still see that there's damage from Hurricane Helene. This yellow post used to hold up a sign saying, "Welcome to McKeithen Park," but during Hurricane Helene, that sign was destroyed. And you can see that flooding is already starting to happen in this area as Milton gets closer to Hernando. You can see that there's several inches of water, and Milton is expected to make landfall later on tonight, so this is just going to get even worse. There's only one way in and one way out of this community, so officers have been patrolling the area, watching the flow of traffic, making sure that people are getting out safe. But because the water level is expected to get so high, they really want people to evacuate. They want people to go to, they have about 3 shelters open right now. They say there's about 490 people there, and they can hold a lot more. So they really want people to leave these areas because it's going to be hard for them to rescue anyone when the water starts to rise even more. Live in Pine Island, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Angelicia Bruton for us. We do want to give you another update on our bridges across the Bay Area. Just again, if you're trying to get out of the Tampa Bay area, we know so many people are heeding those warnings. That's good news. But a quick update, 3 things to know right now. Florida Department of Transportation has closed most of our major bridges. That includes the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, Howard Franklin. If you're trying to get from Pinellas into Tampa, you still can. We've got the westbound lanes of Gandy and the Courtney Campbell Causeway now open.
Second bullet point right there on your screen. A lot of tornado talk, and that continues as we deal with this storm right here. Milton bringing tornadoes as well. Bobby Deskin's pointing that out. We'll get to those bits of advice in just a moment. Meantime, Governor Ron DeSantis just stepping to the podium. Let's go ahead and listen into his update.
One of the processing sites here in Lake City for Florida Power and Light. We've had linemen come from all over the continental United States. California, people are coming. Others have come. So we will have over 50,000 linemen that are pre-staged in the state of Florida. As soon as the storm passes, they are going to go to work. And look, if you are in the path of this storm, you are most likely going to lose power. So just prepare for that. know that that's something that's likely to happen. If you are going to use a generator, make sure you're using it properly. Do not run your generator inside your home. The generator must be operated outside your home. Keep it away from any door or window. But all these folks are going to be brought to bear to be able to get the power back on as soon as humanly possible. We just did Hurricane Helene. That was 2.4 million restorations, as fast as it's ever been done in the history, I think, probably of all hurricanes in the U.S. This one, coming on the heels of Helene, where you still have hundreds of thousands of people out of power in other parts of the country, like North Carolina and Georgia, you have a lot of linemen who are working in those areas. So the fact that we got over 50,000, that in and of itself is a big deal, but especially considering that you have a lot of people that are still at work in the aftermath of Helene in these other states. It's really, really remarkable. So you will likely lose power if you're in the path of this storm. Just be prepared for that. Have a plan to deal with it. But just know that we've got huge numbers of assets that are here, ready to go, and they are going to go as soon as it's safe to do so. The other thing that is worth pointing out, it's a lot of focus, understandably, on the west coast of Florida. That's what's going to see the really significant storm surge, particularly where the storm makes landfall and just south of the eye wall is going to likely lead to the most significant storm surge. The way these storms go, they go counterclockwise. If you're on the north side of the storm on the west coast, it may be that that pushes water away from the coast. That's possible depending on how the storm goes in. Right now, the track is that it's going to enter the west coast of Florida and then go almost horizontal across the state, maybe a little east-northeast, and then come out maybe in like southern Brevard County. Look, this can all change in the next 6, 8, 10 hours. But what will happen on the east coast of Florida is you will have the possibility for storm surge there. It may not be 10, 15 feet like we could get on the west coast, but it's going to kind of be the opposite. If you're on the southern part of the storm, a lot of the storm is going to push the water away from the east coast. But if you're on the northern side of the storm, the counterclockwise, it's going to bring surge in. So places like Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, St. John's, you're likely to see surge. You're likely to see, and we've had issues on the coast there anyways with erosion and whatnot. So just understand that is going to be something that could happen. It's not just about where it makes landfall. It's going to barrel across the state of Florida. It's going to exit on the east coast of Florida, and that also can produce some storm surge. So just make sure if you're on the east coast of Florida that you understand this is not just a west coast event. The major effects for surge will be on the west, but there is going to be impacts far inland and on the other coast in the state of Florida. The fuel situation, I know when the initial evacuations went out on Monday and then even on Sunday when people were anticipating massive run on gas, people were crowding the stations. You had long lines. A lot of the gas stations ran out of fuel. We have not run out of fuel overall. When those stations go through it much quicker than normal, they don't have the same delivery schedules that can keep up, so they got to flex. So what we've done is, one, we've got 1.6 million gallons of diesel on hand just for the state of Florida and 1.1 million gallons of gasoline for the state of Florida. So that's just us. They're still bringing fuel out of the ports. The ships are not coming in, but the dockside operations have been going. Now, I'd imagine Manatee, Tampa, probably not at this point, just given what's happening. East Coast, that's likely. Dockside going to slow down too as the storm approaches. But we have, to try to overcome, had Florida Highway Patrol facilitate 106 long-distance fuel tanker escorts. So they got the sirens, they're bringing those gas into the gas stations, and they've done almost 1 million gallons of gas with that. So I appreciate what they're able to do for that. We may have interruption in fuel delivery into Port Manatee, into Port of Tampa, depending on the damage from Milton. And we will work on contingencies to make sure we're able to have a supply of fuel. But people should just understand, we've got a lot of fuel on hand from the state. There is a lot of fuel still left at the ports that will be re-engaged from dockside once the storm passes on the west coast. But we could potentially have some of these ports that may not be able to open right away. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that. We've been talking about the debris. That mission was an emergency mission to help local communities who suffered a lot of debris and were not getting the debris moved quick enough. Places like the Barrier Islands in Pinellas County, Barrier Islands in Manatee, and even parts of Sarasota Barrier Islands. They worked through the night for the last few days, all the way through last night into this morning, and they've been able to remove a remarkable amount of debris statewide. They've just our folks. This is not even our responsibility in the state. This is the responsibility of the locals to pick up the stuff. But we've done a total 270,000 cubic yards of debris throughout the state of Florida with just our Department of Transportation and other assets. And just on those barrier islands and that emergency mission, almost 55,000 cubic yards of debris. So probably in those areas where our trucks were doing all night, the last few nights, 24/7 with the landfills, probably we're able to take about half of the debris that was there and that would not have been picked up unless we did it. That's going to mitigate some of the damage that happens when the hurricane comes in. We've got a remarkable amount of assets that are assembled. I've been in contact with both the President of the United States as well as the FEMA director. We're also closely coordinating with all our local partners in the affected counties. And we have a National Guard contingent that has never been amassed before for one of these. 6,000 Florida Guard soldiers and an additional 3,000 from other states, 34 search and rescue aircraft, and 500 tactical vehicles. This is the largest storm mobilization in the history of the state of Florida. Of course, we have our Florida State Guard, which is out and doing great work, and they've got massive numbers of assets that are going to be assisting them in their missions, and some of those guys have done a really, really good job, and we really appreciate it. Now, Florida Disaster Fund. We have activated this for Helene. It's also activated for Milton because we know there's going to be damage. So if you want to do Florida Disaster Fund, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org. This is a tax-deductible charitable contribution. We've raised many millions of dollars. I want to thank Publix, Walmart, Wells Fargo, and Lennar for coming in big. You can also text disaster 20222, 20222 to be able to do that. Once we get an assessment of the needs and the damages, we'll be able to use that in a very flexible way to help get people back on their feet. We did it after Hurricane Ian to great effect, and we'll do it after this storm as well. If you have an EV and you're in an area where you are susceptible to storm surge, just know if your EV gets inundated with salt water, it increases the risk of fires. Those fires are very difficult with the battery to put out, and we have had people that homes have burned down as a result of those EVs being in the garage when you had storm surge. So if you can, you want to move that to higher ground and try to prevent saltwater intrusion. So we've had evacuations now in effect in these counties on the west coast of Florida. I know there's now some evacuations on some of the east coast counties that I had alluded to with the storm surge threat in the barrier islands on the east coast of Florida. The conditions are starting to get bad. Listen to your local emergency managers about when it's too dangerous to go out. In many parts of Florida, you probably could still go to a shelter, but you're starting to see major weather events happen. I know there were some tornadoes, massive tornadoes. I mean, just these like unbelievable tornadoes that you're seeing. So the hazards are increasing. Depending where you are, it may not be safe, certainly to get on the interstate at this point, but listen to your local officials. But if it is still safe and you can get out of the evacuation zones, you just go to local shelter in your county. You don't even need to get on the interstate or doing that. And we still have a lot of space in our shelters around the state. We have now Sunshine Skyway Bridge and Howard Franklin are closed in the Tampa Bay area. Courtney Campbell Causeway and Gandy are closed going into Pinellas County. Those will likely be closed completely very soon, and it's just a result of the conditions that are deteriorating. So please understand the closures of those bridges. Until 5 p.m. or it's no longer safe, if you need to get to a shelter, we've partnered with Uber to provide free rides to shelters in counties with evacuation orders. If you want to do it, the promo code is Milton Relief 1, the number 1, Milton Relief 1. And that's going to go till either 5 o'clock today or when it's no longer safe, and that will likely vary depending on where you are throughout the state of Florida. So we have almost 150 shelters that are open for general population. We've got over 30,000 individuals that are in it, but we have space for over 200,000 individuals. So there is space available. The counties, by and large, I think are going to have Starlink. I think they're going to have the generator power, so if you lose power. So it isn't like, I mean, you're going to be able to use devices and stuff like that. Now, we also have 36 county-owned special needs shelters. Our Florida Department of Health works with that. They're opening in areas that are in the path of the store. They're open. And then we have done 6 state-operated supplemental shelters. So these are, we call them shelters of last resort. You know, maybe you're on the interstate and you think it's getting a little too dangerous. You can pull off, and we've got places that are not far away. Hard Rock Event Center in Tampa, City Furniture in Plant City, Bay Care in Tampa, Life Science Logistics in Lakeland, Babcock Ranch in Punta Gorda, and then the Wiregrass Ranch Sports Camp in Wesley Chapel. If you want to go to see your shelter options, go to floridadisaster.org/shelters. And then for any EM updates for your specific county, you can go to floridadisaster.org/counties. I want to thank everybody that's been working hard. We've had really round the clock for over 2 weeks now.
All right, a lot of vital information right there from Governor Ron DeSantis. Another update coming this afternoon. So we will keep you posted on that, give you the bullet points. But right now we have another warning.
Yeah, we want to get right to that with meteorologist Amanda Pappas. Amanda, what can you tell us?
Right now, what I can tell you is that we're continuing to see these bands of rain and wind produce areas of spin. So you see this right here. What I'm showing you is this scope right here. So that is showing us that mainly if we could switch over to actually weather 1 for me, guys, but we are seeing that this scope right here, you see that circle, that brighter green right here, that is what we're looking at. So we have that tornado warning again for portions of Polk and also for Hardee County. So if I just go ahead and scroll this over, give me 1 second for you guys. Hold on, let me get this going. So what we do want to talk about is the fact that we have this warning in place, right? So otherwise, I do want to say that we have an overall system that's continuing to spawn off more and more of these tornado warnings. Why? Because this band's right here is showing us that we can see such strong storms, these supercells, and we've had confirmed touchdowns and even a wedge tornado that I saw over towards southern portions of our area and also towards I-75 Miccosukee. We saw that earlier, so that's another point to make. But another thing is when we zoom into this, we do see that on PolLab right now. That's our radar, right? We continue to see more of the area is continuing to be under the gun, which is the issue right here, folks. So if we could go ahead and drag this over. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go ahead and move over so that way you guys can see what I'm talking about. So when we're looking at the system as a whole, we want to go ahead and just watch it continuing to put down more and more of these tornadoes. We do see that the eye is not too far away, right? So as we're looking at this system as a whole, again, that we see all this banding, right? And within these bands of rain and wind, there's areas of spin, right? So I'm looking at Arcadia too, because this tornado warning is going to continue to travel northward. The one that we're watching and we're looking at right now is in Hardee, Highlands, and Polk County, and that's till 1:45. So when we turn on portions of velocity, right, this is that area of spin that I'm talking about to you guys. This is what I'm looking at right here, that lighter green and that darker green right next to one another. When we throw on relative velocity, you can see it a little bit better. So there are these areas of spin. This is definitely something that you don't want to fool around with. You want to get to the interior of your home. That is why it is so important to identify your safe space. So speaking about that, let me get to this for a second as well. We have our tornado safety. So where you want to go throughout a tornado, right? Once you get this warning, if you are in Polk or Hardee County and the system is traveling towards you, this is a tornado safety tip that you want to be able to know and use. You want to go to the interior of your room with no windows. On the lowest floor is going to be your safest bet. So please avoid any top floors, avoid any exterior rooms. And remember, throughout a tornado warning, no place outside is safe. So we want to make sure that you and your family remain safe all throughout. Multiple warnings. We're going to continue to see more of these pop up. And it's no surprise because the SPC issued a level 3 out of 5 risk, an enhanced risk for severe weather for today. So PolLab right now Again, radar just showing us that we have multiple tornado warnings. Look at this, all throughout Highlands County right now. So overall, the whole picture right here showing us a lot of rotation anywhere that you look. Look at this. This is no joke, guys. I mean, I really would say that today you want to just stay indoors and make sure that you are being careful with everything that you have to do and everything else that you need to get done. You really need to wrap that up, because at this point, we are seeing multiple impacts from this system. So we're looking at multiple areas of spin. Again, this new tornado warning is coming at you up until 1:45 for Hardy, Highlands, and Polk County. And when I query it, so that way we can get a little more information right here, I want to go ahead and confirm whether or not we saw this. So this is a tornado warning, again, northwestern Highlands, and we see this is at 1:18, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So it was located near Sebring, and it's moving to the northwest at 25 miles per hour. So knowing that, we do see this as well. I want to go ahead and put a tracker on it so you guys can see. When we throw on the relative velocity right here, again, showing you this is what we're looking at. Right here, there's actually two areas of spin. If you look at it closely, you see that bright red and that greenish right there just to the southeast of Frostproof. That's another area of spin we're watching, and just to the south of Avon Park. We've been tracking out these areas of spin all throughout this morning, so really interesting here to see. And if I go back in time, you can see they're continuing to just be in the bands of these tornadoes. Wider lookout just so you can see the system. Again, not even the worst of it yet in our area. We're going to see this band continue to travel more northward, and as it does so, that's going to bring us more and more threats for tornadoes throughout the day today. So again, now I'm seeing another warning right here being issued. Okay. Guys, so we continue to see multiple tornado warnings for us, unfortunately, at this point. So if we're getting back over here,
Amanda, it looks like Polk County, they issued that tornado.
another one until 2:15, right? Polk County, thank you. Okay, so if we know it's moving north at 25 miles per hour, it's continuing to be extended, obviously, because we know that we have enough support in the atmosphere to get this going. Again, that level 3 out of 5 risk is all thanks to the fact that we see a lot of spin within these bands of rain and wind, and that's unfortunate. Obviously, this is going to continue to last. Just looking at this tornado warning, 145 as well, Hardy and Highlands, Polk County there. That's one. And then we also see another area too that we have over towards Polk County. Now that tornado warning is going till 2:15. So throwing on relative velocity for you, we want to go ahead and track this one out. As we look at it, I want to put that tracker 25 miles. Let's see right here. And that's going 25 miles to the north. So again, David Wines airstrip, now Crest, heading into the next, I would say 25, 30 minutes. That's what we're going to see heading your way. So you want to make sure you're taking cover and getting to your safe spot. So before I wrap this up and toss it back over to Bobby, again, one more look at where you want to go, especially throughout these tornado warnings, is to avoid exterior rooms. No place outside, remember, is safe, of course. So you want to make sure you're in an interior room, putting as many layers between you and the outside world as possible.
All right, thank you, Amanda. We'll take it from here. Of course, talking about those tornadoes at this point, probably storm fatigue, but we get peppered with those warnings, the tornado situation. I want to show you some video that we grabbed a little bit earlier as we're seeing these pop up across the viewing area.
Yeah, take a look at this. This is near Clewiston, Florida. This is just near Lake Okeechobee, on the south end of Lake Okeechobee. Take a look at this video here. You can see that cloud there in the distance.
Yeah, that's that ominous cloud right there, that wall cloud, Sarah. You can see the tree moving in the foreground, but that cloud right there appears to show some sort of a wedge, the telltale sign of a tornado.
Yeah, so this is not far from Fort Lauderdale. It's about 80 miles north of Fort Lauderdale. So if you were in that area, you might have been aware of that.
Yeah, no doubt. Expecting more of that trouble around the way as well. Also, just a few moments ago, hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis giving us an update around 1 o'clock this afternoon on some of the things that are going on around the state. Of course, telling people to get to their safe spaces, whether it be for tornadoes or the bigger storm that is producing those tornadoes with Milton.
Yeah, he's been telling us about some of the resources available to many people across our area as well, from everything from fuel, trying to get get more fuel into our state, already telling us about the efforts underway to get those fuel trucks to the Tampa Bay area. Now it is scarce in parts of Tampa Bay, especially for people who live in that Manatee, Sarasota County area. But after the storm passes, he says they're going to be working with the ports to make sure we get the fuel needed.
Yeah, great
also,
point there.
linemen on standby as well.
Also saying that it's more supply than demand with the fuel. Those ports, a little occupied right about now, as we've told people to heed the warnings, and they can only move so much at this point in time. Also, the governor pointing out this a little bit earlier, with that debris that we've dealt with, all that widespread debris, crews doing 3 months of work in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah. That's incredible, the work that they're doing. And obviously so important as that debris becomes projectiles. Just dealing with Helene less than 2 weeks ago, and now so many people left with that rubble on the side of the road. And thankfully they were able to help in trying to get that picked up.
Yeah, I want to go to Jen Titus. She's in Manatee County in Bradenton for us right about now, giving us a look at the situation, been updating us for a better part of the day. Jen.
Yeah, we're here in Bradenton where the preparations are finished and people have left this area. Many people heeding the warnings, mandatory evacuation, guys, in zones A, B, and C here. Just a mile down the road is Bradenton Beach, Anna Maria Island. We saw all of the devastation that Helene did. So much debris still out on so many of the roads on the islands and the Cortez area down by the river. And that's why we are seeing these mandatory evacuations, because when that wind comes and that storm surge comes, not only is it wind and water, now you have flying debris. We also spoke to deputies here who are going up and down the roads, and I asked, do you think people are heeding the warnings? And he says, yes, we do. Places are empty. The islands are empty. The zones under mandatory evacuations are empty, and that's good news. He says they are seeing over 6,000 people in shelters. If you need a shelter, time is really running out, but you can get down a mile or two down the road. You can probably find a shelter. There are 10 open here in the area, and they're just hoping that if you're going to go, you go now, because as we've noticed throughout the morning, the wind is really starting to pick up here. The rain hasn't stopped, and that's why we've seen some localized flooding on some roads, even up and down Cortez, one of the main drags here in Bradenton. We've seen flooding. So you want to get to a safe place. If you're going to go somewhere, go there now. Like we said, the conditions are just continuing to deteriorate here in Manatee County. For now, we're in Bradenton. Jennifer Titus, 10 Tampa Bay.
Big thanks to Jen Titus for that report. And if you are just now joining us, time 1:30, and you know we appreciate you sticking with us as we keep you informed, prepared, and connected. A very fluid situation. Information continues to come in. I'm Frank Wiley.
I'm Sarah Rosario. As Hurricane Milton bears down on the Tampa Bay area, we want to make sure you have everything you need to know as you're getting ready to evacuate, or maybe you're staying in one place. Either way, we want to make sure you're prepared.
Yeah, I want to show you this right here because we have a graphic made up for you. 3 things to keep in mind, right? So FDOT, we told you about this a few moments ago, but again, if you are just now joining us, vital information for you and yours. Most of the major bridges closed.
Yeah, we have an update on those bridges. Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed, Howard Franklin Bridge closed. If you're trying to get from Pinellas into Tampa, you can take the Gandy and the Courtney Campbell Causeway as of right now.
And Bobby D and Amanda Pappas just giving us an update on tornado watches in effect in the area, telling you to hunker down if your area has been highlighted. That has popped up multiple times throughout the morning and this afternoon.
Yeah, we've also been giving you live updates from our reporters all across the Tampa Bay area as well, especially in hard-hit area, expected to be hard-hit areas like Sarasota, where you have their Jennifer Titus. And also we have our reporter Miranda Purnell has been giving us updates from Pinellas County.
I want to take you to Evan Klosky right now. He is live for us in Tampa. Evan, I'm not exactly sure what your vantage point is at this hour, but I can hear the weather. There you are right there, sir. What's the word?
Yeah, right now, as far as rain is concerned, Frank, it's a little bit of a drizzle. The rain's not an issue. The wind is really starting to pick up an ish. I'm going to have you direct yourself towards the water here because the wind is moving from behind the camera to in front of the camera, and you can see on the water. We're right outside the Hillsborough Bay here where, you know, the Hillsborough River feeds into, and you can see that water just moving. It is moving fast and rapidly, and we expect that to continue, obviously waiting until Hurricane Milton picks up. But obviously in the distance here, you can kind of see that aqua fence that we know from the TGH hospital and what that's going to be tested depending on where Hurricane Milton lands and what that storm surge is going to look like. Also, not far around the corner, We have some tiger dams built up at the Krause pumping station that's off of Ashley Street, and these tiger dams are very interesting because it's an alternative to sandbags. So with these tiger dams, we were told that it will adjust to the pressure that's given, so it's pumping water through these tiger dams, and then after the tiger dams fill up in a certain location or there's a bunch of water filtering in one spot, it will know to feed more water into these dams, so it raises, it expands, and hopefully protects the pumping station. I know that we are hoping that this will be able to protect what's happening at the pumping station here off of Ashley. I know there's some tiger dams also around the area, but that is what the tiger dams are built to do. See where the pressure is. The water is going to filter to the spot of the pressure, and then from there it will expand, it will rise, it will try to do its best to keep the water out of that area to make sure it protects the dams in place. But again, we are hunkered down over here. We know what kind of storm surge Hurricane Helene brought us. Mayor Jane Castor spoke earlier today saying it was a historic level, something that she's never seen in her lifetime. And then now you mentioned what the storm surge could be in this area, what we're expecting, and it's going to be even more than that, could be double. The good news is, last time I spoke with you at this time yesterday, there were about 9 emergency shelters in Hillsborough County. That number is all the way up to 17. So the county has done its job to try to shelter as many people as possible out of harm's way. At this point, everybody should be in their evacuation spots as this storm will be coming soon. Live from the Convention Center, Evan Klosky, 10 Tampa Bay.
Sports Director Evan Klosky wearing all the hats right there.
Wearing all the hats, and live from Hillsborough County, where there are mandatory evacuation orders for people who live in zones A and B. Also want to note, it is incredible how far this technology has come with the tiger dams, and then we saw that with Tampa General with the last storm.
The aquafence.
The aquafence.
Yeah.
How it really worked to protect them.
Mayor Castor saying handling at least 15 feet of storm surge.
Yeah, pretty incredible, and hopefully it works as they work to keep the city of Tampa and parts of our Tampa Bay area protected. We do want to give you another look around our area. We're going to give you a report here from our reporter, Rob Hackford, joining us from Venice.
Yeah, guys, we've been actually sheltering at our hotel in Venice as there's been more lightning. The wind has been picking up, the rain being blown sideways. There's been very few cars on the road. A lot of people have been hunkering down at the hotel here. But again, we can see just above the bands of Hurricane Milton sweeping over this area at the moment. Some of the shelters in the area have reached capacity as well as people have been evacuating their homes more along Venice Beach and along the shoreline. There are still in Sarasota County 8 shelters open. That information is available on the county's website if you are still seeking shelter. But we are getting to the point that county officials are warning is not going to be possible for them to come and rescue you. It's going to be more dangerous for you to be on the roads. They're advising you to shelter, again, stay inside, get to someplace that is safer with a friend or other individual. A bit of a lull here, actually, compared to what we have seen, but it will not be that way as we get later into this evening and as Hurricane Milton makes it closer to landfall. Reporting in Venice, Rob Hackford, 10 Tampa Bay.
You see Rob reporting right there with the squinted eyes, letting us know that rain is now coming in sideways because of the wind that we're dealing with.
It's so important for people to know what's going on in that area, because that is an area that it's expected to be getting some big impacts from the storm.
Yeah. And as we talk about the wind, we expect power outages. Important reminder as we get ready to go to another reporter, but keep this in mind when we're dealing with generators. Don't run it inside your home. The governor pointing that out as well.
That's right.
Want to get to Emerald Morrow. She is live for us in Palmetto. Emerald, the wind, a bit of an issue for you out there at this hour as well.
I mean, Frank, can't you tell? Yeah, I mean, we just had a few gusts that, you know, you really just wanted to kind of turn your back so that you are not blown away kind of yourself. So I want to give you a look at what we're seeing right now. We are along the Manatee River, which of course feeds out to the Gulf. And as you can see, conditions are deteriorating and they are going down pretty fast. You're starting to see some of the sway in the boats. And this is always a concern when we have storms like this. These boats, as we saw down in Fort Myers, a lot of the boats were just blown into buildings.
we are praying this is something that we don't see, but sometimes it almost feels like it is the inevitable. Also, if we kind of just pan over and look at this bridge right now, you don't see any cars, and that is exactly what we want to see. And the reason, really truly the only reason that we are out here is because we got a tip of an assisted living facility that had not yet evacuated. You see how close we are to the water. Can you imagine just a couple blocks away a facility where people are, where they had not evacuated? But we did confirm that this morning they did get people out, and as we drove by, they had things up on the windows to try to protect, and everything was kind of shut down. So we're praying for the safety of the people there. And as I pause for just a second, you just hear howling. You just hear howling. You know, it's an eerie sign of what's to come, so we are all just hoping that you at home are safe and hunkering down. We're going to get back to our safe location. So in the meantime, of course, make sure you're listening to the warnings of the emergency officials, as we say over and over again, but it's something that we just can't say quite enough. So we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio, and we'll all get through this together. Back to you.
We're riding with you there, Emerald. She said thoughts and prayers. We need that, and we need movement as far as heeding those warnings.
Yeah, absolutely. So a live look there. We're also going to be giving you an update out of Pinellas County, where officials there are monitoring several things, everything from potential of cranes that could be impacting people who live in some high rises, also looking at their water treatment plants, because that's something that could be impacted as the storm nears our area. So we have a look now from Miranda Parnell. She joins us from the St. Pete Pier.
We're out at St. Pete Pier, and if you're familiar with the area, you know that this is normally where the pelicans are just sitting calmly riding the waves. That's not an option today. And again, this is just a preview of what's to come. Hurricane Milton has not made landfall yet, and these are already the conditions that we're seeing. Take a look at the wind gusts and the trees over there. This is exactly why emergency officials are asking people to get to safety. If you live in one of those mandatory evacuation zones, they are asking you to get to those free shelters. Again, they are free. Many of them accept pets. You just need to check ahead before you go. They have a list of them on the Pinellas County website, so you can go ahead and make sure you're not caught up in this as it gets worse. We've seen people riding bikes, taking jogs, going for a leisure stroll. You don't want to be out in this, and you definitely don't want to be caught out in this. So again, go ahead and take shelter. That's exactly what we are about to do ourselves. In Pinellas County, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
Oh my goodness, quite the scene there. You see the wetlands, and that's just a fraction of what Miranda and the crew are dealing with out there.
Yeah, working to get away from that area as so many people are being warned to get out. We know with those evacuation orders in place in Pinellas County, that impacts more than half of the people who live there.
Yeah, and we were showing you the track of the storm, and that varies as we're continuing to get those updates. But this is a little bit farther south, and you see what the wind is doing right there. I believe that is a live look at Fort Myers, Sarah.
All right, taking a look here at Fort Myers, you can see the wind. This is an area that is no stranger to storms. Obviously, they were hit hard a couple years ago when Hurricane Ian moved through that area. So we are watching, and I know they're closely monitoring this as well, because obviously something that they do not want to deal with again with that storm making a shift further south. They could be feeling more impacts. We're going to be checking in with our team of meteorologists, giving you an update on the storm's path and what it's projected to do toward that area and ours as well.
Absolutely. Want to bring you back a little farther north to Tampa. Jenny Dean there with a look at the situation that people are dealing with in Hillsborough County. Jenny.
I'm Jenny Dean in downtown Tampa. We're at the convention center, and this is really the worst of the rain and the wind that we have seen since we started very early this morning. So Tampa just now starting to feel the effects of Hurricane Milton. You can kind of see out in the channel there how the rain's hitting the water, and it's really blowing. So the wind is definitely picking up quite a bit. Everything here in Tampa looking pretty good. People obviously staying indoors. They've heeded the warnings. We're not even seeing a lot of people out on the roadways. TGH across the way there, also all buttoned up with their aqua fence. That was key during Hurricane Helene in order to keep their generators dry so that they could keep their patients safe over at TGH. The key to this storm now is just staying where you are. Do not get out in it. stay where you are for the duration of the storm and then some. Of course, all of our city leaders and emergency officials are saying they want to be the first ones to get out after the storm because they need to assess the safety situation. They don't need people driving on roads with downed trees, possibly downed power lines. They need to get back and get to their work as quickly as possible. And if they've got people out driving around, getting themselves into sticky situations where they have to do rescues, it's just going to take that much longer for us to get back to normal. Right now, though, things are okay in downtown Tampa. The water's not even that high, but we know things will change rapidly over the next few hours. In Tampa, Jenny Dean, 10 Tampa Bay.
You hear Jenny Dean's voice right there competing with the wind. That is a testament of the situation right now.
Yeah, and we're also getting some updates out of some of our northern counties. Hernando County, where our Hannah Deneen is. I know they're concerned there with the Withlacoochee River and potential for flooding even after the storm passes, Hannah.
Yes, Sarah, they are, and I'm speaking with a lot of people here at West Hernando Middle School, one of the 3 county emergency shelters, who say they're not taking any chances with this storm, concerned about that flooding that you mentioned, but also about the winds. People who in this rural area tell me they live next to a lot of trees and felt safer coming here tonight. Hernando County officials tell me they have roughly 500 people across all 3 of their shelters, but they still have space for many more, hundreds more, and that people can still come here tonight if they are looking for a safe place to go. However, that time is running out. Ideally, they had hoped that everyone would be in their safe space, hunkered down by noon today. But if you are still on the fence, now is the time to decide. They need people here traveling on these roads now. And if you don't have transportation, they are offering free transportation. The number that you have to call is 352-754-4083. That said, the people who are doing that free transportation, they will stop that once sustained winds reach 35 miles per hour. So if you do need a ride to get to a shelter, now is the time to make that call. They are asking that you be ready when they arrive so that they can get you here quickly. Once more, that number, 352-754-4083. And on the note of them suspending services once wind speeds reach a certain strength, emergency first responders will also stop responding to calls once sustained winds reach 45 miles per hour in Hernando County. Every time we cover one of these storms, that's the fact that is probably the most alarming to me. The fact that our first responders, the people that essentially we can always count on to come to our aid, they will not be driving out once winds reach 45 miles per hour. You will be on your own. Again, just emphasizing the urgency that if you do need to get to a shelter, you must get here now. Live in Hernando County, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
Excellent point there, Hannah. Got to protect the protectors. Another ride service that is available to you. I want to give this to you as well. Uber, right? But again, only until the winds are just too high for them to do their part. Uber and the relief code here, Milton Relief and the number 1. Milton Relief and the number 1. And that is until it is unsafe.
Yeah, that's right. It's the same for several transportation areas, transportation services across our area. We do want to give an update on the forecast now. Let's send it over to meteorologist Chris Vickers joining us right now.
Yeah, guys, very fluid situation with the tornado warnings. Several of these tornado warnings have been spinning up on short duration and canceling as we have new updates just in. And if you were down there over toward DeSoto County, I want to give you an update. That tornado warning that has expired was in effect until 2 p.m. That has been allowed to expire now. I still am indicating a few areas that I'm watching very close for some rotation, much that rotation showing up over toward Joshua right along Route 70. It is not something that we expect to be producing a tornado at this point, but much like these systems can go once there's a bunch of spin in the atmosphere, could be producing a tornado as it continues its trek north up about 25 miles per hour. Update here on a tornado warning in effect for Polk County. That's until 2:15. Now, there has been indications this rotation has sustained itself for quite some time. And as we take a little bit of a closer look, this is just east of Crooked Lake Park. Here's Indian Lake Estates. This tornado warning in effect until 2:15. And if we scan a little closer into this, we can actually look inside with Doppler radar as well. We're scanning inside, looking for areas of rotation, and it does appear that just east of Indian Lake Estates, this is continuing to move to the north and to the west. We're seeing an area of broad rotation. This is an area that has confirmed a tornado just about an hour and a half ago. Our first confirmed tornado that was sent in via social media. This tornado report came into the National Weather Service. Highlands County near Wild Island. That is a confirmed tornado. Of course, it will be remain to be seen what type of intensity that tornado was, but just goes to show that these storms that are spinning up and rotating will have the potential to continue to produce tornadoes. Now, this is not the main story. It's something that we're going to continue to cover, but what is going to be the main story is we watch where the progress of Milton is as well. And as we look at Doppler radar, start to get some of the outer I bands now appearing on Doppler radar from right here in the Tampa area. That's about 190 miles. Latest update on that is where that circulation is moving north and west, north and east rather, right at about 17 to 18 miles per hour. So this is going to give us that increasing impacts as some of these outer tropical bands continue to make their way a little bit closer into the area. Now, in the meantime, these tropical bands continue to produce rotation, and the indications that several tornado warnings will still be possible, and a few of those tornado warnings that will still continue to spin up some brief tornadoes. And we've had a confirmation now of at least one confirmed touchdown, and still several counties that are under active tornado warnings as we continue to monitor the latest on this. Most of the activity now, it is over there toward Polk County, where we have a tornado warning that's in effect. That is until 2:15 p.m. We're still looking at some areas of rotation that will be possible with this, and that rotation is indicated by Doppler radar as it continues to move to the north and to the west. And we take a quick look in here. That is, again, an area of some broader rotation that is showing up that's moving over toward Lake Wales. And this is moving to the north-northwest as the outer tropical bands of Milton make their way and their impacts into the area. So we have had a confirmed tornado down there in Highlands County, and some additional tornado warnings that will continue through at least 2:15. And guys, we expect more of these to continue to spin up as we go through the afternoon, as we are really just feeling the outer bands of Milton make their way into our area. We'll send it back over to you.
All right, Chris, we know you'll keep us posted. Meantime, we are getting video in of the suspected tornadoes.
Yeah, so 2 new videos coming into our newsroom right now we want to show you. This one is in Pembroke. Take a look at this from a distance. Scary stuff there.
Yeah, you see that funnel right there in the middle of the screen, Sarah, and that looks like it had touchdown. Of course, we have to wait on confirmation from the experts to tell us the situation there.
Absolutely. Another one that we're getting.
That's a water spout that you're looking at right
Oh, it's a water spout. Okay, we see it there.
That would be considered a tornado once it moves onshore. Where was this from?
This is from Pembroke.
Pembroke,
Broward County there.
Oh, yeah, so that's what happens. And in fact, that's essentially what we see happening down into parts of Port Charlotte that eventually get towards the Northport area. Nothing there right now, but though that is a large water spout, too. That's not a small one. And then the pictures we've seen of actual tornadoes that have been on the ground today have been even stronger structures than that. So these are legit tornadoes. Cloud to water, like you see right there, it's considered a water spout. If that goes and moves onshore, goes from cloud to ground, it's considered a tornado.
Funnel to the ground, that is a tornado. We've got more video. Don't go anywhere, Bobby D, because I want to show you this right here as well. Video out of Cooliston, south of Lake Okeechobee there.
That's on the very southwest part of the Lake Okeechobee.
Yes.
What you're seeing there, the top part, the gray, the light gray, that's the storm. That dark gray you see, or really dark gray going down, that's the wall cloud. Look right to the top of that black mailbox. That's the tornado touching down, right? So you can see it kind of skipping through there right there. Yeah, that is legit, guys. That is typically what happens. These things don't move as slow as they're going. They normally move 45, 55 miles per hour. That thing's probably moving 35 miles per hour at the most, and that structure is a good structure for a strong tornado.
Looks like we can see the rotation too, Bobby.
Yeah, the whole thing is actually rotating. We call that a mesocyclone. The whole thunderstorm rotates, but that funnel cloud drops down of what's called that wall cloud, which is, and you can see, well, it's called a wall cloud on the left side there, where it just dark gray just drops straight down. That's part of the wall cloud, and then at the bottom of that, the tornado comes out.
So scary. I think, we prepare for this hurricane. We know that the hurricane is coming our way. You can evacuate. But when it comes to tornadoes, this is something that comes all of a sudden. It's like you have limited time to prepare. What do people need to know? More of this is expected as we have the storm moving through our area?
You know, some people actually prefer tornadoes, to be honest with you, because they come and they go, right?
It's quick and violent.
We've been tracking this hurricane for days. It's going to be here for hours.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when hurricanes get to the area initially, like they're getting here now, they come with this tornado threat. That will come down a little bit as it gets a little bit on the closer side to us. So that'll continue to spread out just a little bit.
Hey guys, will you come on over here one more time here? We do have a new tornado warning that was just issued. This is in effect until 2:30 p.m. This is for DeSoto County and Hardee County. New tornado warning. This was that area of rotation that I was watching very close. This is new information in. Rotation is actually now east of Route 17, and that is going to continue to move to the north and to the west as we see the rotation involved with that one. So we're seeing the images come in. We're seeing the pictures come in. This is a brand new tornado warning. It was just issued moments ago and is in effect until 2:30 p.m. We can look at where the velocity signature would indicate where that rotation is showing up. We do expect that the rotation is going to be just to the east of Route 17. There's a few areas that we're watching very close. There's some broad rotation in a couple locations, so there could be more than one area of rotation as indicated by this brand new tornado warning. And this is going to continue to move to the north and to the west around 25 miles per hour. So this is one of many tornado warnings that we do have in effect. We have that additional tornado warning that's in effect in Polk County as well. That is in effect until 2:15, and there's some indication that there's broad rotation in on that one as well. So just wanted to get you guys the latest on this. That is a brand new tornado warning for DeSoto County and Hardee County until 2:30 p.m.
Yeah, we'll be keeping our eyes on that. Also, so many people evacuating from this Tampa Bay area headed east, and now they're in the path of some of these warnings that we're telling our viewers about.
A lot of clock watching, hoping for those warnings to expire.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to get another look at what you can expect, talking about people headed to the east. Our Chris Hurst did the very same thing. He joins us live now from Orlando. Chris, what are you seeing where you are, and what's the concern there?
Well, Sarah, I can tell you, we're just watching the live stream. The immediate concern is that some of those tornado warnings will continue to push farther north into Orange County and here where we're at in Orlando. Very scary images that you all just showed of tornadic and waterspout activity. And so many people from the Bay Area traveled 100 miles east to come to Orlando to try and find safe refuge from Milton. They were under evacuation orders, but the weather is starting to intensify here. The wind is picking up. It's now a steady, consistent tropical rain that's falling. A lot of people who are here brought their pets. So we're actually at the Doubletree here right by Universal Studios. And people that I talked to, these evacuees, they said it's the pet motel now because it's one of the few in the area that is accepting pets. There's 400 plus bookings that were done here just for this one hotel this week. So we have hundreds of evacuees just at this one location. And Justin, my photographer, and I, we've been talking to them since we checked in yesterday, just hearing stories. And we talked to folks from Largo, from St. Pete, from Palm Harbor, all saying that yeah, they are taking this evacuation order very, very seriously, especially because they saw devastation around them during Helene. And so that made them urgently want to evacuate when those orders for Milton came. We're also asking them about what they think will happen to their homes. And some were living in mobile homes and do believe that because the winds from this storm are going to be so intense that they might not have a home to return to. So there is a sense of nervousness here. There is a sense of dread, knowing that they might not have anything to return to, but that the storm still is a few hours from even making landfall. So I can tell you that restaurants, the grocery stores, Walmarts, they're all closing down. And so people are trying to scrounge around, finding any available food and water, thinking that they might need to be here for a few more days longer and that they might not have access to food and water. So we're seeing a lot of last minute stocking up, just trying to get anything you can off the shelf should you need it here in the days to come. Sarah and Frank, back to you.
Chris, you know, you said pet motel there. Of course, we have encouraged people to bring their entire family. I would imagine anxiety is widespread, contagious across the state because, yet again, another set of storms that people are dealing with. You were out and about just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and look, Justin and I are evacuees too. So, like, we're all in the same boat, just waiting and hoping. And you mentioned that people are bringing their entire families. So, obviously, there are a lot of children here. You know, I'm seeing a lot of hugs at moms and dads' hips. I'm seeing a lot of rubbing children's, the backs of their shoulders from parents. I think everyone's very stressed out. There's a lot of anxiety, and that certainly is not going to dissipate anytime soon.
A hug can go a long way.
Absolutely. All the babies need some hugs. That's what we were doing with our kids. And also the beauty of it with children also is that they don't always know the seriousness of it all. At least my kids, they're so young, they didn't realize it. They're like, oh, we're going to go to a hotel. We're going to be so happy.
Your little guy.
So, but it's good that they're evacuating and they're heading out of the area.
Well, mom and dad always set the temperature and they follow the lead,
Gotta
right?
stay
So we
calm.
got to do everything we can to calm your nerves. We want to go to the most popular guy here in the station because your phone has been blowing up, Bobby D, with people asking you specifics about where they are, and then they check out your report that you're about to give us another one right here with an alert.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is where we're going to go right now. Look at the tornado warnings that we have across the area. Every one of those red polygons is a current tornado warning. This is our best chance to see this. After this wave goes through, the chance for tornadoes will start to come down. So let's take these extremely, extremely serious. Now I'm going to go back here and put this into motion for you. There's another good way to see it. I'm going to zoom in, and you can really see it when it's looping here. Look, this one right here, going into Polk County. That one just east of Lake Wales, drifting to the north. You've got this one down here back into Highlands County, another one, right? That's coming up towards Lake Placid. That one's kind of iffy right there. That one is certainly not iffy. That's going to go in towards Wauchula, which is sitting right about here, and that's going to come right up the road. And then these are going to push towards Lakeland. That's one right there. That's going to be close, so Bartow want to watch it. So let's go, well, I'll tell you what, let's go one by one here. I want to start up north. Let's come up here to Lake Wales because this one is in a populated area right now. This thing is just to the east of downtown Lake Wales. It's crossing 60 right now, and it's moving off to the north and the west. Lake Wales, you're okay. Crooked Lake Park, the areas are fine. All clear for Indian Lake Estates for right now, just for right now, but pay attention. There's Legoland. You can see almost all of this is out east of that. So, and that's what they were just saying. They don't see these things come up into Orange County, which is probably a pretty decent chance that we do get at least some of it up in there. You can see Haines City. You would be in there in just a little bit. In fact, let me track this up towards the Haines City area. Give you a little bit more of a time for that. So that would be about 2:24 we're looking at now. It's about 25 minutes from now. And then that would actually be obviously up toward that I-4 corridor as well. All right, a little bit further to the south. Let's go back over towards, let's go to Bowling Green. So this one I think is going to stay just to the west of there. It's a very weak one. It's this area right here, but certainly showing rotation. This, we were just saying off air that this is more typical what we would expect, a more weaker tornado signature, but that is going to move just to the east of Fort Meade. So Fort Meade, you want to be in your safe spot just to be safe. Let me put a track on that one too. They're going about 35 miles per hour, but I tend to track these a little bit quicker so it gives you a little bit more of a heads up. So that'll put it about 2:16, so about 15, 16 minutes now from Fort Meade, and then Pembroke about 2:19. So these areas, you need to watch it. I do think it can hold together long enough to get there. I don't think it will last much longer, but it certainly has the capability to do that. All right, now let's move our way down south. This one that's moving towards Wauchula, that one has actually a pretty decent signature on it. That's this right here. And in fact, kind of looking interesting here, but this is our tornado right there. And that one too is going to move off towards the north. You know what? Actually, I mean, it's kind of cool to see it in motion because you can get the idea of where it's moving. This one's going a little bit more due north than north-northwest. So eventually, I think this turns a little more to the north-northwest. And so Wauchula, if it holds together, it's on a trajectory to get there. Let me time that right there and see what the time it is now. So Wauchula, we're talking about 2:29. So yeah, we got about a half. So let's see if it makes it. Buchanan, you're up first, all right? So Buchanan definitely want to be in your safe spot. Put as many walls between you and the outside world, right? So when I go around and talk to schools and I tell the kids that, where's your safe spot at home? Kids are great in school. They know the safe spots at school. The teachers get them all set up. And it's kind of the kids' job to come home and tell mom and dad where the safe spot is in the house. Now's the time to know that, have that discussion, because this whole wave is going to continue moving through Polk County. and perhaps up into eastern Hernando and Pasco County, but the best tornado threat is going to be I-4 southward, and we're kind of getting there now. So Buchanan, 214, we've got just about 10 minutes or so for that. Zolfo Springs about 223, and eventually up towards Torrey by about 237, if it holds together that long. Now, bigger picture again, let's go back down to the south. It's almost like whack-a-mole here with these tornadoes. So this one, I'll put this into motion for you too. There's a couple different areas I'm watching here. This here and that there. And they're going to train basically right over top of the same area. Right now, it looks like it is a very rural area. It looks like it will stay over that very rural area. But this is between Arcadia and Archbold out there on 70. So if you know anybody that lives out there, give them a call, give them a heads up that there's one crossing 70 now right there on the Highlands County and DeSoto County border, Highlands and DeSoto County border. And there's a secondary one that's coming up behind that. All right? And in fact, if you see anybody that you know living in some of these areas, this is just an amazing picture. We knew it was going to be busy, but that is getting busy. Those are all tornado warnings at this point. So now again, this lift in the atmosphere, this spin really, will continue to drift to the north and the northwest, so we'll have to watch that. I do think they will gradually get a little bit weaker. The storm system's coming in like this, and so this is kind of that northeast quadrant, and that will be pushing off to the north and the east. And so most of this, I think, would stay west of the coast, at least for now, but we are going to have to watch down here, which so far so good, okay? But I think especially if you're in western Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus, the tornado threat's going to be smaller. They've just extended this into Polk County, so let's get into that one. That one's going now all the way up to I-4. Okay, so they're going to go to Haines City. And there it is, right there. And that is a really good signature. That looks like there's certainly rotation there. Let's see if we've got any debris out of that. Oh, yeah. So you see these orange colors. So Doppler radar, we talked earlier how Doppler sees motion. Doppler is it's a principle. It's a physics principle. It's when you look down the track and you hear the train, and the train's very low roar, but it gets louder and louder as it gets closer. You can measure what that noise looks like. And the Doppler radar does that. It sees the raindrop, and it says not only is there rain there, but it's coming at us at this speed, or it's going away from us at that speed. And when we see those two, we know there's rotation, right? Doppler also, which is called dual Doppler, that wave that it sends out goes like this, and it also goes like this. So it can tell if something's round, like a raindrop, which it shows red and purple on here, or if it's something that's not round, a branch, a leaf, shingles, right? Something like that. That is that area right there. And so what we think now, and this is in the Lake Wales area, it looks like some debris has been picked up from this tornado. It picks it up, sucks it up, throws it up into the sky. The radar beam hits it, comes back and tells us, hey, look, that's not round. That's not regular rain. So it could be hail, but with this tornado, it actually probably is a little bit of some non-hail returns there. Legoland is here. This is 27 going all the way up. It will be right along 17 and 27, just east of Legoland. So most of that area will be fine. If you happen to be watching from Legoland, the hotel that's right there on site, just be down there in the lobby and don't step on any of those Legos without your shoes on. These Legos are all over the place in that thing, as they should be. And then you get up into Haines City. I think this comes in that direction as well, too. In fact, the warning there does go all the way up, okay? It's going to go all the way up. This is I-4 right here. So this is the circulation that we're watching right there near Lake Wales. And it's going to come all the way up here to Haines City. And then just east, it looks like a Polk City out toward Lallman. So